Chapter 1875. I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? If you want to enter the outer hall, go left. If you want to enter the inner hall, go right. Is this not a place for you to stay? Seeing that Xiaoqin did not immediately respond, a disciple beside Yi Qianyun scolded him. This disciple was a holy venerate and a core disciple. Naturally, this scolding was very imposing. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely feel fear and trepidation, quickly apologizing and leaving. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He only asked indifferently, is there a rule in the sect? Can't a middle-stage star venerate take the test to become a core disciple directly? However, even if there were, Xiao Chen would not leave. He had wandered the world for 4 years, risking his life and going through all sorts of dangerous situations. All of this was for the sake of entering Ancestor Dragon City. It was not easy for him to obtain his current cultivation and strength. How could he waste any more time? Xiao Chen's goal was clear. He was here to become a core disciple. If others could take the test directly, he could. While it looked like a question, Xiao Chen did not lower his tone at all as he faced Yi Qianyun. Yi Qianyun felt slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so bold. Where did this fool come from? I say, are you purely here to seek trouble? Yi Qianyun did not say anything. However, the person beside him felt somewhat dissatisfied. He stepped forward, wanting to chase Xiao Chen away. Whoosh! That person gently took a step forward. It was unknown what movement technique he used, but he seemed to shrink the ground and miraculously appeared before Xiao Chen. That person waved his hand, wanting to lift Xiao Chen up and toss him out. Scram! Xiao Chen felt slightly angry in his heart. Despite moving later, he arrived first, throwing a punch. Vital chi surged in Xiao Chen's body as he instantly brought out the divine dragon war body. The dragon veins and dragon bones in his body crackled. Countless claps of thunder roared, sounding ear-splitting. Xiao Chen's chi and blood surged, and his physical body roared like a dragon. When he punched, he brought out 30 cauldron force. Bang! 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 A loud sound erupted. The force contained in Xiao Chen's fist seemed to pierce through space, landing on that person's chest first. It looked like the moment Xiao Chen extended his fist, that person took the initiative to charge over. Puchi! This person was caught off guard and was struck solidly. Several of the bones in his chest cracked and broke. His entire body was sent flying back. When he landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua! The crowd all felt stunned. The might of one punch knocked back a holy venerate. No wonder. It turns out that he also cultivates his physical body. His punch probably has 30 cauldron strength. He hasn't even used his fish technique yet, which is indeed impressive. No wonder he has the confidence to compete for a core disciple. However, that's all there is to it. In the end, my cultivation base is still my weakness. We can still catch everyone off guard, but it's hard to say if we're on guard. That's right. That core disciple was at a disadvantage because he was careless. He didn't even use his quintessence to protect himself. Apart from cultivation, which of the martial artists who came here to participate in the assessment doesn't have a trump card? After the others came to their senses, they commented on Xiao Chen's punch just now. In any case, regardless of whether he was careless or careless, Xiao Chen's punch had indeed proved that he was qualified to participate in the assessment. After that person suffered a disadvantage, he wanted to continue. However, Yi Qianyun stopped him and sent a voice projection to him. What are you doing? Uncle is watching from up there. Do you still want to embarrass yourself? Yi Qianyun gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, he smiled and said, not bad. I made an error in judgment. Let me answer your earlier question. Although the sect does not have any hard and fast rules, as the gatekeeper, I still have the authority to ask someone to leave if they are clearly not strong enough. Do you still have any questions? Yi Qianyun's aloof attitude elicited disdain from some of the disciples of the large clans who came to take the assessment. Xiaoqin did not answer the other party. He asked indifferently, "Do you still have any questions about my strength?" Ha ha ha. Well said. Yi Qianyun, don't flaunt your seniority, putting on airs before us. After today, we will be competitors, fighting for the heaven-class core disciple spots together. You are not much stronger than us. The one who spoke was a youth with an unrestrained sharpness. He had straight eyebrows, wore azure, and held a sword. Xiao Jinyu. Yi Qianyun frowned slightly. This person came from the south. His father managed 3 counties, and his clan had deep accumulations. In terms of cultivation resources, Xiao Jinyu's conditions were even better than Yi Qianyun's. He was not inferior to Yi Qianyun at all. There were many people with similar statuses, like that Feng Tianyi. These people came here for only one purpose, to use the spots for the Heaven Dragon Palace to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Let's begin. Stop being long-winded. Yi Qianyun, are you a woman? Feng Tianyi said indifferently with a cold expression from the war chariot. Come with me, then. Yi Qianyun felt upset in his heart. However, he knew that his cultivation could not suppress this group of rich clan disciples. This small storm ended here. Everyone followed Yi Qianyun to the main road in the middle, a flight of steps that led to the summit. The Heavenly Dragon Palace's main gate was at the highest point of Heavenly Dragon City. With every step Xiaoqin took, he could get a clearer view of the city below. Walking among them, one would naturally have a feeling of being high above others. As for the left and right sides, they were small paths that were level and smooth, nothing special about them. Senior Brother Yi, the people who came to participate in the assessment this time are really arrogant. Forget about those rich and powerful disciples. Never mind those rich clan disciples, but they are just mixed-blood loose cultivators. To think that they dare to climb up to the top and consider everyone else beneath them. One of the Heaven Dragon Palace core disciples that Xiaoqin injured in front said angrily. That is just a clown. He is nothing. The ones we really need to pay attention to are that Xiao Jinyu, Feng Tianyi, and the others. These rich clan disciples all have significant backgrounds and extraordinary strength. They are all aiming for the heaven-class core disciple position. At that time, they might become Senior Brother Yi's competitors. When Yi Qianyun heard that, he snorted coldly and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns who have not seen the true world. They are still too inexperienced to compete with me. The Heaven Dragon Palace has stood for so many years. It is not as simple as they think. The so-called rich clans are just frogs in a well in their own territory. I'll just bear with it for now. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I could trample them to death at any time. Whoever fights with me for the heaven-class core disciple position will only die." Compared to the other outer palaces, the competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was even more intense and cruel. If mixed-blood dragons and true dragon bloodlines wanted to succeed in the Divine Dragon Empire, they would have to pay a much higher price than Divine Dragon bloodlines. As Xiaoqin walked on the steps, he secretly observed the others. The people who came to take the test this time were all experts. Some of them were exceptionally strong, not even caring about Yi Qianyun. Although Xiaoqin did not feel any pressure in his heart, he felt a sense of urgency. Now that he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace, he could no longer hide his strength. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. When it was time to establish his might, he had to do so. Otherwise, why would the sect give you resources and give you the heaven-class core disciple position? Without potential or strength, the sect would not do a losing deal. Xiaoqin also felt curious about what method the Heaven Dragon Palace would use to test his group of people. He vaguely sensed that there were too many of them and that there would be very few core disciple positions. Whoosh! Suddenly, the thick fog on the tall mountain scattered. Xiaochen looked around casually and discovered that his group had already arrived at a plaza without him realizing it. The plaza was paved with divine materials and was incredibly tough. Even a full-powered sword strike from a holy venerate might not leave a mark on it. A person sat on a throne carved with dragon motifs on the tall platform in the center of the plaza. This person exuded the aura of a sovereign. He was the king of people. The third and final stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the sovereign stage. This person did not do anything. He just looked at Xiaochen's group, and they felt immense pressure. There was a saying in comprehending the Tao and cultivating, first become a human, then become a god. This person before Xiaochen was already a king of people, reaching the limits of humans. Moving up to the divine vein realm was no longer a matter of humans. One had to forge the physical body into a divine body step by step, in preparation to ignite the divine flame and become a faux god. Why could ordinary people inherit the faux god flame but not use it or forcibly absorb it? This was because their bodies were still human bodies, not divine bodies. When the divine flame burned, it would not burn the enemy to death, but the body itself. Xiaochen could only store the divine flame in his body and slowly absorb it after he advanced to the divine vein realm. I am one of the Heaven Dragon Palace's heaven-class elders. You can just address me as Elder Tianyun. I am your chief examiner this time. The old man scanned the crowd and had a rough idea of the situation. Then, he said, there are a total of 3 tests. There are only 10 slots for you all. What? These words shocked everyone. Nearly all of the 50-odd people were holy venerates, and the Heaven Dragon Palace only wanted 10. That was to say, 40 of them would be eliminated. The first stage begins. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Elder Tianyun suddenly threw a palm strike. This palm strike contained the will of soul of a sovereign personage. When this palm strike flew out, mountains howled and seas roared, rumbling endlessly. The sky changed color, and the plaza flickered between bright and dark. A strong wind blew, and different mysterious phenomena appeared before everyone's eyes. Some were majestic and ancient cities, some were great desolate and ferocious beasts, some were colossal dragons holding up the sky, and some were even more shocking. It was a treasure sword that could split the world and break through the primal chaos. Xiaochen faced a colossal claw that tore through the sky. The claws were sharp, flickering with a strange, cold light. If Xiaochen were one step slower, his physical body would be torn apart. He would be severely injured on the spot, unable to stand up again. Elder Tianyun's sudden attack caught even Xiaochen off guard. By the time Xiaochen reacted, the colossal claw was already above his head. There was no time for Xiaochen to react at all. The might contained in the claw even invaded his body. Break! Xiaochen's cultivation was not outstanding. However, in terms of combat experience, practically no one in the same generation could defeat him. A melodious saber hum came from Xiaochen's body almost instinctively, and the saber Dao's great Dao energy spread out. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiaochen, and the great Dao energy appeared. Xiaochen's aura changed, becoming like a powerful treasure saber that shone with a resplendent light and a sharp light. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen drew the tyrant saber. The tip of the saber struck the weakest spot of the colossal claw, shattering it. A huge force surged through Xiaochen's body. He nearly could not endure it and got knocked back. Elder Tianyun's heart could not help but tremble. Furthermore, this was only when Elder Tianyun split his palm strike into 50. If he faced one person alone, Xiaochen knew that he would not be able to block it at all and would be finished. When the mysterious phenomena vanished, 10-odd people out of the 50 were sent flying and tumbling down the mountain, vomiting blood. Trash! You relied on the clan's resources to raise your cultivation. Such trash cannot even enter the inner palace. Elder Tianyun did not even bother to look at those people. His gaze landed on the crowd. Not bad. You all did not waste the resources that your clans gave you for being able to block my palm strike. Even if you fail the test, I will give you a reserve position, above the inner palace disciples. Everyone present withdrew their initial arrogance. As they looked at Elder Tianyun, their expressions were more or less the same as Xiao Chen's. Tianyun smiled coldly at the side. However, when he saw Xiao Chen among them, he could not help a strange expression flashing in his eyes. Continue. Those who can take 10 steps forward will pass the second stage. Chapter 1876. After taking 10 steps, one would be considered to have passed the second stage. Just as everyone felt confused, they heard a sword hum. A blue ring of light radiated from Elder Tianyun's throne. Bang! The ring of light swept out, and an irresistible force knocked everyone, including Xiao Qin, into the air. Cassier! 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 The Dao disc behind Xiao Qin shattered. The other cultivators who comprehended great Dao energy ended up like Xiao Qin. The Dao discs behind them shattered immediately. As for the few who had not comprehended great Dao energy, they immediately fell to their knees and vomited a mouthful of blood. This was the first time Xiao Chen's expression changed. As he looked at Elder Tianyun on the throne, shock flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying Dao might! The person with the strongest Dao might Xiao Qin had seen before was the little monk Yan Qin. However, not only did this Elder Tianyun's Dao might surpass the little monk's, but his usage of it was even more proficient, nearly reaching the limits of the Sword Dao's great Dao energy. This Elder Tianyun was not simple. He might even be stronger than the soaring dragon Marquis. His lifespan was at least 1,000 years. The heavy and vast Dao might was like a toy in Elder Tianyun's hand, easily controlling it. It happened to be right in front of Xiao Qin and the others. Not one step more, not one step less. This was an even more horrifying method than the Dao might. Let's begin. Stop wasting time, Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Elder Tianyun said casually as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Qin thought for a while. Then, he used his hand to push forward and immediately felt a formless resistance. As Elder Tianyun pushed his hand forward, space rippled like water. It looked like his hand was in water, turning blurry. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, someone took 3 steps forward. It was Xiao Jinyu, who mocked Yi Qianyun earlier. Xiao Jinyu's body was like a sword as he stood ramrod straight. His aura condensed into a line, turning into the tip of a sword as he stood proudly. This action immediately prompted the hesitant people to step forward, wanting to enter the area where Elder Tianyun's Dao might spread out. At this moment, everyone knew that this Elder Tianyun before them was a major character. This was the time to show off, and no one wanted to be left behind. However, when they actually entered, it was not as simple as they had imagined. They had only taken 2 steps when they were covered in wounds and blood. It was a sword wound. This was the great Dao of the sword. As he advanced forward, his body was constantly being injured by the sword will. If he were to advance rashly without using his true essence to protect his body, he would probably die here before he even finished 10 steps. Most people had difficulty advancing. However, there were also people like Xiao Jinyu, who advanced easily. The Flaming Cloud County's Fang Tianyi, the Qin clan's young master, Qin Yan, and a few others were not willing to fall behind. They brought out all they had and were just short of activating their bloodlines, wanting to surpass Xiao Jinyu. However, Xiao Jinyu was 1 step faster. He did not rush or slow, taking things slow and steady. However, after taking 5 steps, the pressure of the Tao might he faced grew stronger and stronger. With every step he took, the pressure doubled. Xiao Jinyu, who had already taken 7 steps, no longer had the calm expression on his face, turning incredibly grave. Xiao Jinyu's body gave off a resplendent sword light, clashing with the Tao might. It felt like thousands of swords clashing in his surroundings at every moment. Ding! Dang! Dang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out endlessly. At this point, it was already incredibly difficult. Xiao Jinyu did not even dare to move his feet rashly. The others were not much better off than him. After taking 5 steps, no one was in the mood to think about how to show off. They showed grave expressions, only wanting to finish walking. Senior brother Yi, look. That person still has not taken a step. Just at this moment, the core disciple that Xiao Qin injured earlier pointed at Xiao Qin. Yi Qianyun smiled coldly and said, "That's normal. His cultivation is there for all to see. He cannot compare to the others. Even with the advantage of his physical body, he can only take 5 steps at most. If he takes another step, he will die." Ha! He knows his limits and did not act rashly. What are you thinking about? No matter how much you think, you can't possibly break through to the holy venerate stage in an instant. Quickly give up and stop embarrassing yourself here. In reality, it was as they said. Due to Xiao Chen's lower cultivation, there were many drawbacks to advancing in this Tao might. If Xiao Chen activated his blue dragon bloodline, he could easily complete 10 steps. However, Xiao Chen did not want to expose his bloodline power so early. He was thinking of other ways. While everyone else moved, Xiao Chen did not take a step. This immediately attracted many people's attention. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. However, he only glanced at them before ignoring them. The weak were not worth wasting their attention on. While others might be watching the show and laughing at them, Elder Tianyun would not spend time on this. He was currently observing the people doing their best to advance in the Tao might. Elder Tianyun nodded to himself. He discovered several pretty good saplings. Actually, this test purposely increased the difficulty. In the past, as long as one was a holy venerate and could receive 1 palm strike, one could become a core disciple. However, it was different this year. There would be intense competition at the end of the year. The 7 outer palaces would fight for the spots to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City, the core of the empire, contained the dragon race's ancestral shrine. It contained the most complete dragon race inheritance and the vast accumulations of an empire. There were also great desolate Aeon remnants in ancient dragon palaces that continued the history of the dragon race, recording the glory of the past. Aside from the peak experts of the dragon race, those who could enter Ancestor Dragon City were the people with outstanding bloodlines of the 6-colored divine dragons. After that was the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces. There would be a chance every 2 years to obtain spots of varying amounts. As long as one person from the Heaven Dragon Palace could enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven-class elders would receive great rewards from the dragon race's upper echelon. As a reward for nurturing talents, it was exceptionally tempting. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace would also receive many benefits. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Tianyun focused his attention on Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the others, a dreamlike purple saber light containing 2 great Tao energies charged straight out. Pu Ci. The saber light immediately tore a hole in the dense Tao might, revealing a path. However, this path disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The moment the purple saber chi was scattered by the Tao might, it quickly disappeared. However, this instant was already sufficient for Xiao Qin. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Qin moved like he was flying, taking 10 steps in a row and surpassing several people. Then, he landed in front of Xiao Jinyu, who was about to take his 9th step. Just like that, when the Daoist healed, Xiaoqin easily completed the 10 steps. Xiaoqin brought out his divine dragon war body and merged the dragon might with every inch of his flesh, bones. A heavy dragon might filled his entire body, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. Xiaoqin resisted the pressure from the Daoist. Damn! How can this be? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The core disciple beside Yi Qianyuan shouted. The disciples still struggling in the Daoist also revealed extremely dissatisfied expressions. Xiao Jinyu's expression was the most interesting. He had clearly been in the lead, yet Xiaoqin surpassed him so easily. This made Xiao Jinyu's proud heart feel extremely dissatisfied. Boom! Elder Tianyun waved his hand and scattered the Daoist, ending this test prematurely. At the same time, he gently tapped the ground. Apart from the 20 people at the front, the disciples at the back were sent flying one by one. The second test ends here. Those who are still standing have passed the test. Elder Tianyun said softly as he gave Xiaoqin a deep look. This immediately caused an uproar. This was because Xiaoqin was also among these 20 people. I can't accept this. How can he pass the test if he cheats like this? A man who had been sent flying to the ground got up and said with extreme dissatisfaction, "Give me another chance. I can also do what he did." Really? Elder Tianyun gently patted the armrest of his throne, and a strand of sharp sword chi shot out. It shot towards the person who spoke. It seemed like a light strand, but it actually contained an astonishing sword intent. That person didn't even have time to draw his sword halfway before he was sent flying. The inherited Dao tool flew out of his hand, leaving him dumbfounded. This strike of mine is comparable to the saber strike that he sent out earlier. You can't even see it clearly, yet you are not embarrassed to say that you can do it. Go back and practice more. Elder Tianyun impatiently waved his hand. The palm wind contained a strand of sovereign personage will, which sent that stunned person flying. That person landed on the 10-kilometer tall steps and rolled down the mountain. Young man, your saber techniques are pretty good. Elder Tianyun smiled faintly and praised Xiaoqin as his gaze fell on him. This immediately aroused the jealousy of the 20 people present. This was the first time Elder Tianyun praised someone. Furthermore, it was this middle stage star venerate mixed blood dragon. How could they be convinced? More importantly, this showed how much Elder Tianyun valued Xiaoqin. In the future, when Xiaoqin entered the sect, he would gain many benefits. Chapter 1877. Senior is too kind. Xiaoqin performed a cupped fist salute and smiled faintly in response to Elder Tianyun's praise. Elder Tianyun nodded slightly and did not say anything more. He continued, next is the 3rd stage. Once you pass it, you will be a core disciple of my Heaven Dragon Palace. Also, I'll say one more thing. Those who perform well in the 3rd stage can be taken in as disciples by a Heaven-class elder. My Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 10 Heaven-class elders. In terms of status, the Heaven-class elders are second only to the 3 palace masters. Given your experience, I believe there is no need for me to explain what this means. Of course, if you are outstanding enough, it might be possible for you to attract the palace master over. Right after Elder Tianyun spoke, the eyes of Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, Qiu Rongshuan, and the other rich clan disciples lit up. Naturally, they understood what this meant. It meant that they would receive more resources, a higher status, and better guidance than the other core disciples. All of this could be summed up in one sentence: a better future. Elder Tianyun's words made Yi Qianyun and the other older generation core disciples jealous and upset. Most of them had not become disciples of a Heaven-class elder. To think that these people received such treatment the moment they arrived. This was simply unfair. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Since Elder Tian Yun said that, they had no choice but to accept it. The third stage is very simple. You will fight in pairs. The victor will advance to the next 10 slots. As Elder Tian Yun spoke, someone presented a jade strip. Then, Elder Tian Yun infused some soul energy into it. The information of these people immediately turned into scenes of light before Elder Tian Yun's eyes. The Heaven Dragon Palace could use the Dragon's Gate's information network. It only needed an instant to obtain everyone's information. The remaining 20 people below the platform rubbed their palms together excitedly as they sat down and prepared. Fighting in actual combat was undoubtedly the most exciting. They possessed the dragon race bloodline and were naturally warlike in the first place. Furthermore, they might gain the attention of a heaven-class elder through this battle and be taken in as a disciple. They needed to fight with all their heart, bringing out their best. First match, Xiao Jinyu against Luo Hao. After checking everyone's information, Elder Tian Yun decided on the first match. An empty space immediately appeared in the plaza. Xiao Jinyu and Luo Hao jumped in with a whoosh. Elder Tian Yun gently patted his throne, and the formation buried in the plaza activated. Space and time turned illusory. The space where Xiao Jinyu and Xiao Luo were expanded infinitely, turning into a vast small world. In the eyes of others, the two of them were enveloped by a screen of light. Then, the ground beneath their feet rose into the air, forming an arena. Xiao Jinyu, if I defeat you with the momentum of a dark horse, you will not be able to defeat me. I believe he will definitely gain the favor of the heaven-class elder. Luo Hao licked his lips with a fanatical look in his eyes. Dark horse. You're courting death. You want to trample me under your feet to achieve your goals. I'll break your arms and make you pay the price for your arrogance. Xiao Jinyu remained expressionless as he snorted coldly. In the next moment, a resplendent and dazzling sword light burst out of his body. 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, the sword will rule the country. Hua! Time seemed to speed up for Xiao Jinyu. Time flew by. With the tempering and accumulation of time, the sword light slowly thickened. The sword light on Xiao Jinyu's body actually gave off the aura of an ancient dynasty. When Xiao Jinyu drew his sword, it looked simple and unadorned. However, the entire space rippled like water. The ripples quickly arrived before Luo Hao, causing his expression to change dramatically in horror. Damn it! Why is his sword intent so horrifying? Great desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, Luo Hao was forced to activate the true dragon bloodline in his body. Dragon might surged out and blocked the spatial ripples caused by the sword intent. Dang! However, while the mysterious phenomenon caused by the sword intent blocked it, Xiao Jinyu's sword light did not. When Xiao Jinyu thrust his sword over, the heavy sword intent directly exploded on Luo Hao's body. Luo Hao's protective veritable essence energy scattered in the air like glass shards. The explosion tore open his flesh, a cruel sight to behold. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strands of sword light flew by, and Xiao Jinyu sheathed his sword. Luo Hao cried out miserably as his arms broke. Scram! With a kick, Xiao Jinyu replaced Luo Hao like a dog. This cruel scene caused several people to tremble involuntarily. However, Elder Tian Yun smiled and nodded slightly. That's right, Elder Tian Yun. He praised in his heart, not bad. At such a young age, your sword Great Dao already reached peak small perfection. With my guidance for a year, you should be able to reach great perfection. Furthermore, your talent in sword techniques is excellent. This 1,000 autumns lasting 1,000 generations is a peak earth-ranked sword technique. It has extremely high requirements for comprehension ability. Xiao Jinyu managed to learn its essence and even reach consummation. He is indeed extraordinary. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu flew out of the arena and happened to land not far from Xiao Qin. He raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Unfortunately, you were not up there earlier." Clearly, Xiao Jinyu still held a grudge over Xiao Qin surpassing him and obtaining the first rank in the second stage. Xiao Qin remained silent, not replying to the other party. This person's sword technique was indeed terrifying. That earlier sword strike was not his full strength. Next group, Fang Tianyi vs Meng Hao. The Fang clan's young master, who received much attention earlier, also faced an unknown rich clan disciple. Xiao Qin thought to himself, actually, this elder Tianyun already has a quota of 10 people in mind. Based on his arrangements, he will not send the peak disciples against each other. As for those who were clearly stronger than them, they could only pray for themselves. In Elder Tianyun's eyes, these people were just touchstones for the popular candidates, to see how much of their strength they could force out. After a few matches, it was as Xiao Qin expected. Those with grade 5 or higher true dragon bloodlines, came from rich noble clans, and were peak small perfection holy venerates. Without exception, they all faced weaker opponents. They advanced easily. Elder Tianyun purposely did not put them in the same group. Last group, Xiao Qin vs Xiangyi. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two flew onto the arena. That Xiangyi rejoiced. It looks like you are a sacrificial pawn. To think that Elder Tianyun sent me against a mixed-blood dragon like you. Prepare to lose. This Xiangyi was very excited about not being chosen to fight those rich clan scions. He felt that he could easily suppress Xiao Qin with his holy venerate cultivation. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiangyi's forehead swelled up, and a spot of light flashed out. The holy venerate will surged out, pressing down on Xiao Qin. Although Xiangyi felt confident, he was very careful, intending to use his holy venerate will to suppress Xiao Qin and secure victory. Xiangyi brought out his advantage in cultivation to its limits. The holy venerate will surged over and encased Xiao Qin. It immediately felt like invisible shackles placed on Xiao Qin. His movement technique, cultivation, physical body, and every action of his suffered great suppression. Insignificant star venerate, no matter how heaven-defying your physical body is, you are just a star venerate. Die! Xiangyi laughed maniacally. When he saw that his holy venerate will completely suppress Xiao Qin, he flew over. Break! Xiao Qin did not panic. With a cold shout, he activated the divine dragon war body. Xiao Qin immediately merged his dragon might with his physical body. His dragon tendons and dragon bones gave off crackling sounds. His qi and blood surged, and dragon roars rang out from his body. With a gentle tremble, Xiao Qin used the divine dragon war body to shatter Xiangyi's holy venerate will. Seeing Xiangyi fly over, Xiao Qin did not give him any time to be shocked. Stars in his soul pool flickered, and many stars appeared in his eyes. An azure-colored dragon roar flashed. Xiao Qian's star venerate will turned around and restrained Xiangyi. Plop! Xiangyi landed on the ground and staggered, nearly falling over. This extreme incredulity flashed in Xiangyi's eyes. To think that Xiao Qian's star venerate will was no weaker than his holy venerate will, catching him off guard. By the time Xiangyi tried to recondense his holy venerate will, Xiao Qin had already pressed forward and unreasonably knocked Xiangyi into the air with a punch. Bloodline activation. Xiangyi, who was tumbling in the air, roared ferociously and activated his true dragon bloodline, wanting to reverse the situation. However, Xiao Qin activated the divine dragon war body. His body already contained the might of a blue dragon, so he did not fear Xiangyi, a true dragon. Xiao Qian's footsteps did not face any obstruction. He continuously punched, one punch after another. Each punch contained 30 cauldron force, and dragon roars rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang! 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 After 10 punches, Xianxia's entire body went limp like a dead dog, falling to the ground. Is that all you have? Xiaochen found this somewhat boring. However, he had just warmed up and had not drawn his saber yet. Xiaochen wins. Elder Tianyun announced the result. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, Xiaochen's physical body is this strong. Perhaps I have to reevaluate. Chapter 1878. After defeating Zhang Yi with 10 punches, Xiaochen successfully obtained the final slot. In this battle, Xiaochen did not reveal anything. Xiaochen did not have to put in much effort to catch Zhang Yi's mistake. He used his divine dragon war body and the advantage of his physical body to suppress his opponent. He didn't give Zhang Yi any chance to retaliate. When he activated his true dragon bloodline, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. When Xiaochen activated his true dragon bloodline, the outcome was already decided. There was no chance to reverse the situation. Although Xiaochen could not defeat his opponent with one sword strike and chop off his opponent's arms, it was shocking. He could not compare to Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the other noble clan scions, who fought brilliantly. However, with his middle stage star venerate cultivation and the advantage of his physical body, Xiaochen easily defeated a holy venerate. Similarly, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. A low cultivation was a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple. Xiaochen, Xiao Jinyu, step forward. Elder Tianyun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the crowd from his throne. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiaochen and Xiao Jinyu. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Everyone knew what Elder Tianyun's words meant. Elder Tianyun wanted to choose one of the two to be his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaochen and Xiao Jinyu moved past the crowd and arrived at the front, facing Elder Tianyun. How hateful! To think that Elder Tianyun chose this Xiaochen. How am I inferior to this fellow? Although Xiaochen is not strong now, he has great potential. What Elder Tianyun saw in him is his potential. However, his weakness is also rather obvious. Elder Tianyun is still overestimating Xiaochen by comparing Xiao Jinyu to him. Of the remaining 8 people, some felt dissatisfied, while others analyzed objectively. The older generation core disciples at the side showed somewhat complicated expressions. Not only did these people directly pass the test and become core disciples, but they also became core disciples. If they were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a heaven-class elder, they would feel even more disappointed. Xiao Jinyu had a radiant smile on his face. He did not hide his sharpness and confidence at all. The two of you, exchange one move. Elder Tianyun did not say what would happen after the palm strike. He only said that the two would exchange one move. The two bowed to Elder Tianyun first before bowing to each other. Then, they sized each other up. The heavens have granted my wishes. I was a little unhappy just now. Why didn't you fight me? Now I finally have the chance. Xiao Jinyu clearly brooded over Xiaochen surpassing him in the second stage. Now, he had finally found an opportunity. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. When facing Xiao Jinyu's strong aura, Xiaochen smiled faintly and easily resolved it. You are really confident. In that case, make your move. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Arrogance comes with a price. Xiaochen's attitude enraged Xiao Jinyu. He snorted coldly and ferociously thrust the sword in his hand. Just like that, the scabbard was inserted into the floor that was paved with divine materials. Rubble flew up, and cracks spread out. The sword intent on his body spread out wantonly, and a terrifying sword wind blew out from his body. Berserk sword. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu's figure flickered, shocking everyone. His speed was even faster than that sword wind. Jian Feng had clearly flown out first, but in an instant, he had appeared in front of Jian Feng. The scabbard stabbed into the floor was empty. At some point in time, the sword was already in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu, who was in front of the sword wind, moved later but arrived first. He infused the strong wind containing the boundless sword intent into this sword strike. This sword strike was even more profound than the one Xiao Jinyu executed in the arena earlier. Xiao Jinyu used an exquisite technique to infuse all his aura into this sword strike in one breath, even though he did not store up any power. The rarest thing was that he did not slow down the speed of his sword strike even after achieving such a great momentum. Xiao Jinyu used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the universe. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Qin remained as calm as before. He circulated his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy, merging them into one and filling his entire body. He forged his body into an unchanging ancient cauldron. Then, he waved his hand and caught Xiao Jinyu's sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Qin caught the sword tip, the 3 vast energies in Xiao Qian's body connected to the power of the world and solidified this space. No matter how much force Xiao Jinyu exerted, he could not budge his sword at all. The vast energy formed by the fusion of veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy filled Xiao Qian's entire body. Xiao Qian's physical body endured immense pressure and could crumble at any moment. He needed to pour out this energy. Dang! Xiao Jinyu gently tapped with his finger, and this energy surged out along the sword tip. His entire body trembled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Jinyu's physical body went flying. After he landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As Xiao Jinyu held his sword, he felt somewhat at a loss. He did not know what martial technique Xiao Qin executed earlier. You are merely a suso. Xiao Qin smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinyu with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyu flushed red, feeling dissatisfied. Just as he prepared to attack again, Elder Tianyun raised his hand and stopped the 2. Elder Tianyun said coldly, I said, only 1 move. This junior knows his mistake. Xiao Jinyu startled to his senses and sheathed his sword, quickly apologizing. The place fell silent. Everyone focused their gazes on Xiao Qin. Everyone was still immersed in the miraculous scene from earlier. Xiao Jinyu, are you willing to take this old man as your master? Who knew? To Elder Tianyun's surprise, his gaze lingered on Xiao Qin for only a second before shifting to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, who startled awake from the shock, was stunned for a moment before saying joyfully, I would be extremely happy to. Thank you, Master, for granting me this. Xiao Jinyu directly knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of taking a master. This set the others abuzz. They could not understand why Elder Tianyun made such a choice. However, after a while, they understood. Bloodline. Xiao Qin had a mixed blood dragon bloodline, and Xiao Jinyu had a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. The difference was too great. After careful consideration, Elder Tianyun made this decision in the end. Everyone, step forward. I will give you the core disciple identity tokens. Feng Tianyi and the other 8 took turns to step forward and receive their identity tokens. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu already recovered his emotions and stood beside Elder Tianyun. However, there was still a shadow on Xiao Jinyu's face. Clearly, the earlier exchange had left a knot in his heart. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Qin. Then, he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, he felt that a trace of his soul had been extracted. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. Elder Tianyun had extracted a trace of the soul of the people before him as well. Xiao Chen needed to infuse his soul into his identity token to forge a unique identity mark that belonged to him. Xiaochen received his identity token and took a look. The back of it happened to have the words Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. Fortunately, Tang Dan's identity for him was that of a Shao clan disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to match the information contained in his soul, which would have exposed him. Do you know why I did not choose you? Elder Tianyun asked Xiaochen softly from his throne, not caring about these details. I do not know. There is no need to know. In any case, Senior will definitely regret it. Xiaochen put away his identity token and did not say anything more to Elder Tianyun, simply expressing his opinion. Xiaochen felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, his performance was better than Xiao Jinyu's. To think that the other party still chose Xiao Jinyu. As for the reason, Xiaochen naturally knew. It was just his bloodline. However, how he chose was up to him. Xiaochen would not blame the other party. Time would prove everything. His words frightened everyone present, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Tianyun felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, Jinyu, if you do not live up to expectations, I will really embarrass myself. Xiaochen, you were disrespectful to my master. My master will not lower himself to your level. But this debt, I will get it back from my master. Just you wait. Xiao Jinyu said coldly as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at the other party and smiled calmly. Why wait? If you are willing, I can give you this opportunity now. Under Xiaochen's calm gaze, there was a startling pride hidden on his face. Everyone suddenly discovered that this inconspicuous youth did indeed have a tyrannical air that did not belong to a star venerate. If a regular star venerate said this, they would only become a laughing stock, a joke. However, when Xiaochen said this, no one dared to laugh. Invisibly, Xiaochen's aura already affected them. Xiao Jinyu trembled in anger. However, when he thought of that strange move and looked at Xiaochen's calm expression, he felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not feel confident of winning at the start, so he hesitated. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Jinyu's reaction, Xiaochen laughed 3 times and turned to leave. Elder Tianyun, do you still think that you chose the right person? Amidst his laughter, he floated away, leaving behind an arrogant and unruly silhouette. Chapter 1879. In an ancient palace hall, dragon chi filled the air like clouds. Smoke spread out, looking ethereal and mysterious. 3 dragon race cultivators whose appearances could not be seen sat on the host seat. Old men with auras similar to Elder Tianyun sat on the surrounding thrones. The 3 in the center were the Heaven Dragon Palace's core disciples, the 3 palace masters that ordinary Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not normally see. The one seated below was a Heaven-class elder like Elder Tianyun. These people had been paying attention to the core disciple test, watching it from start to finish. Not bad. The people taking the test this time are much stronger than the previous one. Nearly all of the 10 chosen can become Heaven-class core disciples. Tianyun snatched away the best seedling, Xiao Jinyu. However, there are still Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These 2 people are actually not much weaker than Xiao Jinyu. I can tell that they are still holding back. Haha. It is right to hold back. This is just the beginning. Only when the competition started later would they be able to truly compete. Aside from bloodline, Xiao Jinyu gained Tianyun's acknowledgement with his cultivation of the Sword Dao. Little fellow's cultivation of the Sword Dao is pretty good. He still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. However, there is still a gap between these people and Yi Axian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun, who are already Heaven-class core disciples. I wonder if 1 year will give them a chance to create a miracle. It is hard to say. However, Yi Axian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun are already too far away. As long as one of these people can rival them, they will be able to bear some pressure in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. That would already surpass our expectations. The few heaven-class elders discussed in soft voices. It seemed like they all had their eyes on the candidates. However, the 3 palace masters in the center did not say anything. Suddenly, the 3rd palace master on the left said, "You all like those true dragon bloodlines. However, I admire this Xiaoqian the most. He does not have any flaws of a mixed blood dragon. Given his demeanor and boldness, even if he is a divine dragon cultivator, everyone will be convinced." A mixed blood dragon bloodline was born lowly. No matter how hard one worked, one would naturally have some flaws in an environment like the divine dragon empire. Inferiority complex, narrow-mindedness were unavoidable. However, the heaven-class elders did not agree, shaking their heads silently. They were pragmatic and considered reality. There was an objective difference between a mixed-blood dragon and a true dragon in terms of talent and bone structure. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying existence with great luck, it would be very difficult to make up for this gap with willpower and so-called grace. Although they also valued Xiaoqian's boldness, if they really had a choice, they wouldn't waste their resources on Xiaoqian. Haha, how rare. 3rd brother, you have always been proud and arrogant, never accepting disciples. You even rejected people with divine dragon bloodlines. However, let me make a bet with you. Even if you appear personally, this person might not agree to it. The person in the middle, the 2nd palace master on the right, revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The 3rd palace master said unhappily, "What a joke. How about we make a bet? If you lose, I'll personally refine 10 divine dragon grade blood transformation pills for you. If you lose, give me your emerald water spirit root." I was waiting for you to say that. Deal. The 2nd palace master laughed loudly, looking like his scheme had succeeded. When the heaven-class elders below heard that the 3rd palace master would personally refine pills, their eyes lit up as they looked over. Who knew, when the heaven-class elders looked over, they saw nothing. The 3rd palace master left in a huff. "2nd brother, it is not right for you to keep bullying 3rd brother like this." The 1st palace master, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed and said softly. 3rd brother had a reclusive personality, proud and arrogant. However, there were some things that he did not understand. He could not tell that Xiaoqian was actually the same as him. 3rd brother felt frustrated and wanted to rely on his own strength to let Elder Tian Yun know what regret was. Like the 3rd palace master, Xiaoqian had an innate pride. Even if they went, the result would be the same. The 1st palace master and the 2nd palace master were both experienced people. With one glance, they figured out what was going on. In reality, the two rather admired Xiaoqian's boldness and strength of character. However, they knew that Xiaoqian could not succeed, so they did not say anything. Only the 3rd palace master, who rarely saw such strength of character, could not help being tempted by Xiaoqian's temperament. "I'll give you 3. The divine dragon grade blood transformation pills that 3rd brother refines will definitely be of 9-star quality. That disciple of yours can use them for breaking through his bottleneck." The 2nd palace master said lazily. "After the matter is over, give them to Li Luo." The 1st palace master, who was sighing earlier, said softly before leaving quietly. 2nd palace master, give us one as well." Although the heaven-class elders did not believe that Xiaoqian would reject the 3rd palace master's request, they saw that the 1st palace master believed him. They quickly stepped forward, wanting to ask for a medicinal pill to give to their disciples. "Ha! Go and ask 3rd brother yourselves." The 2nd palace master laughed loudly, and his figure slowly immaterialized, turning blurry before vanishing from the throne. Back at the plaza, Xiaoqian left swiftly. Holding his core disciple identity medallion, an administrator led him into the inner palace. Xiaoqin, this is the residence that the Heaven Dragon Palace arranged for you. It's right beside a true dragon spirit vein. From today onwards, you'll cultivate here. Every month, the sect will give you a stipend, 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. The so-called primeval heavenly pills are medicinal pills refined using spirit jades and natural treasures. You core disciples can be said to have received a lot of resources from the sect. Inner palace disciples only get 100 primeval heavenly pills a month. These primeval heavenly pills can be used not only as medicinal pills but also as currency in the Great Thousand Realms. The administrator before Xiaoqin had witnessed Xiaoqian's strength at the plaza and was exceptionally respectful to him. When the administrator explained, he was very respectful and detailed. Even the residence that Xiaoqin was assigned to was of superior quality. Naturally, it was much better to be close to a spirit vein than far away. The competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was cruel. Only strength could win the respect of others. Xiaoqin felt extremely satisfied with this. This Heaven Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Purple Flame sect that he had seen before. Right now, this place was very suitable for Xiaoqin to cultivate. Cold Moon Cave. When Xiaoqin saw the name of his residence, he nodded to himself, feeling rather satisfied with this name. The name had a cave, but in reality, this residence was an entire mountain range. The mountain range rose and fell, boundlessly vast. The center of the residence was a courtyard among the peaks. If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time. Goodbye. After that administrator finished explaining, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After that administrator left, Xiaoqin looked around the entire mountain range. This mountain range was incredibly huge, boundlessly vast, stretching out endlessly. However, compared to the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, it was not worth mentioning. Such a miraculous scene was hard to imagine in the outside world. After all, this Heaven Dragon Palace was located in Heaven Dragon City. Looking from outside the city, who could imagine that the scenery inside would be so profound, an eye-opener? The Cold Moon Cave happened to be in the middle of the peaks. Its size was equivalent to a city in the outside world. From the looks of it, an expert purposely moved it away, creating a scene of spiritual energy flowing in. The spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks flowed endlessly into the Cold Moon Cave like a cloud. Spiritual mist spread around the residence. Just taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. As for the bottom of the Cold Moon Cave, there was definitely a formation connected to the spirit vein below the mountain range, allowing the core disciples to use the formation to absorb the spirit vein to cultivate. To be able to use the formation to absorb spirit veins to cultivate was truly a wondrous feat. No wonder so many people fought so hard to become a core disciple. This treatment was simply too luxurious. This true dragon-grade spirit vein is probably connected to at least 100 mountain ranges. Even a spirit vein divided into 100 strands can contain such dense spiritual energy. If one could enjoy it alone, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiaoqin praised. This was indeed an eye-opener. Tang Dan's words from back then were not false at all. With his identity medallion, Xiaoqin leaped into the air, passed through the many restrictions, and arrived in the residence. Then, he let out the demon blood vulture, which he had been holding in for a long time. Then, this silly bird spread its wings and flew high into the air. As it looked at the vast residence, it felt incredibly excited. It is really strong. Unfortunately, it is all spiritual energy. If it were demonic chi, I would be full with one breath. I would not even need to eat meat. The demon blood vulture flew around. After its excitement, it felt disappointed. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's sharp eyes discovered an old man walking over from outside. Master, there's an old man who looks like an idiot and is walking over here. He is really foolish. How tiring is it to walk over? How fast can he fly over? Xiao Chen was currently familiarizing himself with the facilities of Cold Moon Cave. When he heard this, he did not pay it much attention. Go over and take a look first. Don't let random people in. I'll come over later. Chapter 1880. To show his sincerity, the third palace master did not fly over directly so as not to appear arrogant. Step by step, he walked over directly. The third palace master also felt frustrated at the second palace master. To think that the third palace master said that he could not succeed. Many dragon race outstanding talents, including those divine dragon bloodline geniuses, wanted to become his disciple. To think that the third palace master could not move a cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline when he personally came out this time. Suddenly, the third palace master frowned slightly. When he looked up, he discovered a large bird flying over. A demon blood vulture. The third palace master smiled faintly and said softly, "This Xiao Chen is rather courteous, sending a demonic pet to receive me. It looks like I'm halfway done. Come down." The third palace master ferociously waved his hand, and an irresistible force pulled the demon blood vulture down. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? Who is this old man? Don't step on me. Ah! The third palace master smiled as he stood on the demon blood vulture and flew towards Cold Moon Cave amid the miserable shrieks. When Xiao Chen, who was looking around, heard the demon blood vulture's shrieks, he showed a suspicious expression. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived outside the courtyard. When the third palace master saw the demon blood vulture descend, his expression did not change. However, his heart trembled. How is this an old man? This is clearly a senior, even more incredible than Elder Tian Yun. His cultivation has already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. I cannot make out his strength at all. I did not know that senior was coming, so I did not come out to receive you. I'm really sorry. When facing someone who could easily kill you with one finger, one had to maintain proper etiquette. Ha! I did not expose my identity. It is already very proper of you to send a demonic pet to receive me. There is no need to be so polite. The third palace master walked over with a smile. Then, he arrived before Xiao Chen and sized him up. Then, he nodded to himself. Xiao Chen's white robes were spotless. He did not show fear when facing an expert, nor did he lose the proper etiquette. Not bad, not bad. The most important thing was Xiao Chen's strength of character. Only after getting close did he realize that he was not faking it. Xiao Chen did indeed have a bearing and boldness that did not belong to a star venerate. The demon blood vulture had long since been frightened silly. It flapped its wings several times but failed to fly. He even fell down a few times, looking awkward and comical. The third palace master frowned and said, "The demon blood vulture is a mutated demonic beast, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird. Why is yours a little different?" In the end, he did not say it directly. This bird was a little silly. After thinking for a while, the third palace master said that it was a little different. Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not answer, so he could only change the topic. How should I address senior? What instructions do you have for coming to the Frost Moon Palace? When the third palace master heard that, he cut to the chase and said directly, "This old man is the Heaven Dragon Palace's third palace master. I am in charge of refining medicinal pills and laying formations. This old man has a place in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in these two areas." There was a hint of arrogance and complacency in his words. Xiao Chen was slightly startled in his heart. It was actually the third palace master. His background was indeed frightening. According to Tang Dan, the Heavenly Dragon Palace's three palace masters were elusive people who rarely showed themselves. Many of the core disciples of the sect had never seen any of them before, so they were not qualified. This was especially so for this third palace master. As he was in charge of refining medicinal pills, his status was even higher. A martial artist's cultivation was lacking in resources. Medicinal pills were the most important of these resources. If one could form a relationship with this third palace master, the benefits would be indescribable. This old man has never taken in a disciple before. I saw your performance in the dueling plaza today and would like to take you in as a nominal disciple. This great thing suddenly fell into his lap. Xiaochen felt somewhat stupefied. Seeing Xiaochen's expression, the third palace master felt very cocky. There was nothing that he could not do personally. Who knew? After Xiaochen startled awake, he said with some difficulty, "Sorry, I do not have any intention of taking a master for now. Although I am interested in the alchemy Dao and the formation Dao, they are not as strong as the martial Dao." The third palace master was immediately stupefied. "I say, little fellow, are you really not going to consider it? I have already thought it through. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will use the Jade Water Spirit Lotus as a catalyst to refine a blood dragon pill for you to help you raise the quality of your bloodline. Tian Yun, I see that your bloodline is low and that you require too many resources. Your future potential is not comparable to a true dragon's bloodline. However, with me, that is not a problem." Xiaochen said sincerely, "Many thanks for senior's favor. However, this junior does not have any intention of taking a master for now. Since Elder Tian Yun chose Xiao Jinyu, I will use my actions to prove that his choice was wrong. If I borrow the third palace master's strength, he will not be convinced and will think that it is only natural." Although Xiao Chen's mental state was rather high, he was still a proud person. Earlier, at the dueling plaza, Xiao Chen had performed better than Xiao Jinyu in every aspect. However, Elder Tian Yun still chose him. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Chen was not angry. However, there was another reason for Xiao Chen to reject the third palace master. This person was ridiculously strong. Xiao Chen was not confident of not exposing his blue dragon bloodline while he was beside the third palace master. If the third palace master saw through him, it would be somewhat troublesome to explain. Even if the third palace master could not recognize his blue dragon bloodline, it would not be good for Xiao Chen to be discovered as a dual cultivator. The third palace master was stunned for a while. Then, he smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, I have never won a bet. Never mind, I will not force you. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pill Dragon Medallion. With this medallion, you will receive some care in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Although you cannot become master and disciple, it is fate that brought us together. But it is fate that brought us together. Goodbye." The third palace master left as quickly as he came. The third palace master smiled faintly and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. He appeared very carefree, not showing any disappointment or anger on his face. However, there was some helplessness and regret on his face. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he felt the third palace master's kindness and love for him. The third palace master's disappointment should not be as easy as he made it out to be. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat guilty. The third palace master did indeed sincerely want to take him in as a disciple. Everything had its pros and cons. Xiao Chen had performed well and revealed his strength. Although he had obtained a good cave abode, he had also successfully attracted the attention of the higher-ups, increasing the risk of being exposed. Even though Xiao Chen was in the Dragon's Gate, he still had to tread on thin ice. While he was wild and unruly, he still had to be cautious and careful. Right now, Xiao Chen needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As Xiao Chen held the Pill Dragon Medallion, he said softly, "I wonder what benefits this medallion has. It looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion after I come out of the Martial Technique Pavilion." With a casual wave, Xiao Chen stood on the Demon Blood Vulture, which was still in a daze, and flew to the Heaven Dragon Palace's martial technique pavilion. Xiaoqin had thought about it long ago. The first step after entering the Heaven Dragon Palace was to observe the dragon race's martial technique pavilion. Xiaoqin already had an idea of how to choose the martial technique. Right now, he just needed to follow the plan and execute it step by step. Xiaoqin sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his core disciple identity token. The environment of the Heaven Dragon Palace's inner palace appeared in his mind, so that he wouldn't be unable to find his way in such a huge mountain gate. Along the way, Xiaoqin passed through many restrictions. Riding the demon blood vulture, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Within the sect, only core disciples could ride on spirit beasts and demonic pets. The other disciples did not have this right. After a while, Xiaoqin landed in front of a heavily guarded and ancient palace gate. There were many checkpoints with defenses at every step. Xiaoqin took out his identity token and successfully entered the martial technique pavilion. The Heaven Dragon Palace's martial technique pavilion has a total of 6 floors. Outer palace disciples can only enter the first and second floors. Inner palace disciples can enter the third floor, and core disciples can enter the fourth floor. Heaven class core disciples can enter the fifth floor. Only those with special permission can enter the sixth floor. You can stay in the martial technique pavilion for no more than 4 hours each time. You can also choose no more than 3 secret manuals. The administrator of the martial technique pavilion was very polite to Xiaoqin, who held the core disciple identity token, as he explained everything in detail. Xiaoqin nodded and said casually, "Someone, bring me in for a tour." The martial technique pavilion was too large. Xiaoqin could only stay in there for 2 hours. Without someone familiar with the layout, it would waste a lot of time. Xiaoqin did not want to waste time. Right now, what Xiaoqin lacked was time. He had to make good use of every moment. What a big show! The gray-clad administrator thought to himself. However, he did not dare to offend Xiaoqin. The more powerful a core disciple was, the greater their background. Xiaoqin was very respectful. With one look, it was clear that Xiaoqin did not have a backer and could ignore him. The gray-clad administrator called someone over and said, "Bring this senior brother around. If he has any questions, answer them immediately." Yes. That person was not very old and had fair skin. He wore long blue robes and smiled respectfully at Xiaoqin. "Senior brother, this way, please. I'll bring you to the 4th floor." Chapter 1881. This was convenient. However, this floor was the difference between heaven and man. One sect had 1 million people while another only had 1,000. This showed how difficult it was to become a core disciple. Deng Yun's mouth was tied up. He could not say anything for a while, unable to express himself. This clearly showed how high his position was. The cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Strip was called Light of Freedom, a pure lightning attributed movement technique. The so-called light was pure lightning. It had nothing to do with light attributed energy. The world was unfair when dragons were leaderless. How could an evil dragon rule the world? Several people took the initiative to walk over and greet Xiaoqin, trying to befriend him. When they met again, Xiaoqin had become a core disciple. "Wait for me for a while." Even Xiaoqin hesitated as he stood in front of the stone wall. After saying that, Xiaoqin walked over and nodded to the group. The first and second floors were exceptionally bustling. There were people everywhere. If Xiaoqin became a core disciple, his authority would be equal to that of an inner sect elder. If Xiaoqin did not chat now, he might not have another chance to meet Xiaoqin after he turned around. The one who called out to Xiaoqin was Deng Yun. When those people saw Xiaoqin enter, astonishment flashed in their eyes, and they paused for a while. No one had cultivated for the past 1,000 years. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Time was precious. Honestly speaking, there was no need to waste it on this. However, he had not expected it to be so fast. This showed that the competition between the mixed-blood dragon bloodlines in the entire Divine Dragon Empire was exceptionally intense and cruel. The sect rules were strict. If one was not a core disciple, one would not be qualified to enter the fourth floor. This was especially so for Xiaoqin. Someone even led the way for him, further confirming his identity. When the blue-clad disciple who went to inform Xiaoqin saw him go far away, he quickly gave chase. Supreme Dragon Fist. This reputation was really tyrannical. Deng Yun and the others were all stunned, completely dumbfounded and speechless. It was treason and heresy. After this conversation, anyone in the inner sect who dared to offend them would have to think twice. It's fine. This way. Xiaoqin. Surprise flashed in Tang Dan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She had already guessed that Xiaoqin would become a core disciple. Turning his head, he saw Tang Dan and Deng Yunda, whom he had met in the desert. Senior brother Xiao, speaking of vital qi cultivation fist techniques, there is a fist technique that seems to be tailor-made for you. He did not understand that the mysteries, horror, and danger hidden in the Supreme Dragon Fist were no weaker than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiaoqin thought to himself and began to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Xiaoqin's attention. The Gale Thunder Steps uses the lightning attribute as the main attribute and the wind attribute as the supplementary attribute. When wind and lightning fuse together, it forms a speed even faster than lightning. With a little more explosive power, he could use his movement technique and even use his mysterious phenomenon to attack the enemy. The difficulty lies in the high level of comprehension required. One needs to capture lightning during cultivation, which is rather dangerous. Each of the holes had a layer of restrictive spells, and behind the restrictive spells floated a jade slip. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace had millions of outer palace disciples and millions of inner palace disciples. However, there were no more than 1,000 core disciples. Senior brother Xiao, which zone do you want to go to? The fourth layer has the most comprehensive collection of martial techniques. There are movement techniques, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques. Each category has a subdivision of attributes. Senior brother, tell me about your situation. I can help you save time. Controlling his vital qi and moving around in a straight line was overkill for his 30 cauldron force. Xiaoqin did not mind these people coming over to curry favor with him. However, he could not waste time now. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Xiaoqin needed a fist technique to bring out the advantage of his physical body's vital qi. Otherwise, it would not be good to waste his vital qi. Among the group, Deng Yunda was somewhat frightened silly. He remembered that he once wanted to kill Xiaoqin. However, there were several thousand people, and there were many inner palace disciples as well. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Many thanks, senior brother Xiao. The consequences of angering a core disciple could be considered to have helped Xiaoqin once again. There were very few people on the fourth floor. Xiaoqin pointed to the fair-skinned disciple and instructed softly, "Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques. Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques that focus on vital qi." When the other inner palace disciples on the third floor saw this scene, they all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Tang Dan and the others, they revealed envious expressions. They actually managed to form a relationship with a core disciple. He did not owe this group of people anything. One heavenly fox beast core and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. He had already paid enough. Congratulations. In the martial technique pavilion of the Heaven Dragon Palace, however, it was indeed rare for one to meet in this martial technique pavilion in the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. The number of cultivators in the outer palace was truly shocking. Xiaoqin nodded slightly and took his leave. Clearly, the blue-clad disciple had heard of Xiao Chen's feat of using 30 cauldron force to crush a holy venerate in 10 punches. Senior brother Xiao, slow down. Xiao Chen scanned the place with his spiritual sense and felt somewhat shocked. This was tailored for mixed-blood dragon bloodlines. Those with other bloodlines could not cultivate it at all. Lightning light evasion, a combination of the light attribute and the lightning attribute. It draws on the 9 heavens' great sun divine flame. Under the dazzling light of the sun, it resounds like thunder. Lightning light evasion, 5,000 kilometers. Oh, bring me over to take a look. Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for being direct. Right now, everyone knew that there were 10 people among the core disciples who directly advanced to core disciple. The deeds of Xiao Jinyu and the others had already spread in their circle. Should they go and choose? Senior brother Xiao, your soul imprint has already been imprinted on the token. You only need to insert your soul power into it. You just need to send in your soul energy, and you will know the contents of the jade strip. The jade strip only has a general introduction to the cultivation technique. If you like it, take out the jade strip, and you can exchange it for a copy of the corresponding secret manual from the administrator. After a while, Xiao Chen looked through 10 odd lightning attributed movement techniques. Then, he chose one of the jade strips. Xiao Chen was arrogant and unruly. Many people admired his boldness. When Xiao Chen reached the 3rd floor, there were fewer people. Only inner palace disciples could enter this place. This was a fist technique created by a mixed-blood dragon cultivator who was extremely dissatisfied with the Divine Dragon Empire's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. When he turned his head and saw the group, he felt somewhat stunned. Xiao Chen, no, senior brother Xiao, we, Deng Yun and the others rejoiced and relaxed, no longer as nervous as they were at first. They quickly thanked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled but did not explain anything. Xiao Chen needed this light of freedom not to cultivate but to complete his Thunder Dragon steps. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. Who is honored? When luck is not on your side, your life is worth less than paper. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am honored. Soon, the blue-clad disciple brought Xiao Chen to a stone wall. Then, he pointed to the highest cave and said, the fist technique recorded in the jade strip is called the Supreme Dragon Fist. I heard that it was created by a senior who became a Supreme Heaven Dragon. It is comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique, majestic and tyrannical. Unfortunately, my Heaven Dragon Palace has not produced a core disciple who focused on cultivating the physical body for more than 1,000 years already. Many people are tempted by it. However, due to the harsh conditions, they have no choice but to give up. Tang Dan and the others stared blankly at Xiao Chen for a long time, feeling dazed. This group of people is very rude. They are not even calling me senior brother. Senior brother Xiao, do you know them? If you do not, I can help you chase them away. Xiao Chen bluntly said that the other party chose the wrong person in front of Elder Tian Yun. Inner palace disciples and core disciples looked like there was only one level of difference. This was especially so for Xiao Chen, who blocked Xiao Jinyu's sword strike with 2 fingers. This was even more shocking. We walked the same path but walked different paths. This sentence appeared in Tang Dan's mind again. Xiao Chen nodded. This was what he needed. Let's go and look at the lightning attributed movement technique first. These words filled Xiao Chen's mind, preventing him from thinking about that weak, white-clad youth from the desert 2 months ago. Being a core disciple represented one's identity, status, and power. Clearly, this blue-clad disciple before Xiao Chen did not know much. Xiao Chen said softly, the few of you don't have to hold a grudge against me. Come over and help me pass on a message. Tell them to stay on this level twice as long as they did before. After a while, Xiaochen arrived before a stone wall. The ancient stone wall had many holes in it. Seeing that Xiaochen chose this movement technique, the blue-clad disciple beside Xiaochen said softly, "This light of freedom is just an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique. It does not have much potential. Let's switch to a peak grade earth-ranked martial technique." The disciple leading Xiaochen asked. "Yes, senior brother." If Xiaochen rashly cultivated this fist technique, it would cause a huge commotion. This fist technique hid a dissatisfaction with the current dragon race orthodoxy. That person was rather tactful. He knew that core disciples represented the sect, so he quickly went to inform Xiaochen. "You are too polite." Aside from needing a cultivator of the physical body, the harsher requirement was probably the tyranny materialized from overwhelming resentment contained in this fist technique. This resentment was too berserk. If one had great boldness, perseverance, and pride to suppress this resentment, one would definitely enter a state of berserking qi deviation. Core disciple. Core disciple. The divine lightning transformation is a pure lightning attributed movement technique. One needs a strand of divine lightning to cultivate it. Chapter 1882. Senior brother, is this fist technique not to your liking? The blue-clad disciple asked softly when he saw Xiaochen hesitate. Xiaochen recovered his wits. "Let's go with this. With my strength, I should be able to suppress the resentment hidden in this fist. I have already chosen a fist technique and a movement technique. I do not need a saber technique. I also have the divine dragon body tempering art for body tempering. It seems like I do not need the rest for now. Let's choose another secret technique." Secret techniques were normally very difficult to practice. However, once one succeeded, one would immediately have a life-saving killing move. After a while, Xiaochen arrived before a stone wall. There were 4 words written on the stone wall: Dragon's Gate Secret Technique. Xiaochen did not rush to choose. He chose slowly and seriously. Firmament's Rage. Using the special characteristics of the dragon race bloodline, one can cultivate the 5 fingers into the indestructible ancient dragon fingers. After that, one can open up one's great Tao energy and infuse the 5 elements into the fingers. With one claw, a colossal hand holding up the sky appears like the firmament is raging. When cultivated to the highest level, one can form a nation by opening one's 5 fingers. Alright, this is it. Senior brother, this is the secret technique of my Heaven Dragon Palace that requires the highest comprehension ability. Right now, in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, only the first palace master has cultivated it to great perfection. The others all have some flaws, unable to cultivate it to great perfection. When the blue-clad disciple saw Xiaochen choose this secret technique, he frowned slightly and reminded him. At the same time, the blue-clad disciple felt suspicious. This senior brother Xiaochen's choice of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and secret techniques is really strange. For the movement technique, Xiaochen chose Light of Freedom, which had a low comprehension ability. However, for the secret technique, he chose the magic skill, which had the highest comprehension ability. Since the first palace master can successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, it means that this cultivation technique can be cultivated. Xiaochen felt strong confidence. High comprehension ability. Xiaochen wanted to challenge the secret technique with high comprehension ability. He casually chose Light of Freedom because he needed to complete the Thunder Dragon steps. Xiaochen had already reached the quota of 3 jade strips. He no longer qualified to choose. After returning to the first floor of the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiaochen handed the jade strips to the gray-clad administrator to exchange for the corresponding copies. Supreme Dragon Fist. When that administrator saw the jade strip for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he gave Xiaochen a strange look and muttered to himself, What's wrong? Can't I choose this fish technique? The gray-clad administrator quickly said, that is not the case. In the past, many people chose to cultivate this supreme dragon fist. In the end, they all entered berserking chi deviation and did not end up well. It has already become a forbidden technique, so I have to tell you to choose carefully. Many thanks for the reminder. However, I still want to choose the supreme dragon fist. Since Xiaochen already made his decision, his heart naturally could not waver. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the supreme dragon fist. Heaven's wrath. When the gray-clad administrator saw this, he did not say anything more. When he saw Firmament's rage, he could not help smiling bitterly. Xiaochen, your choices are really, one stranger than the other. This Firmament's rage was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Even geniuses with divine dragon bloodlines would not be able to successfully cultivate it. As for mixed blood dragons, I have never heard of any successful cases. Not only does this secret art have a high requirement for comprehension, but it also has a high requirement for bloodline. Xiaochen smiled faintly. That's it. Bloodline. Xiaochen had a divine dragon bloodline to begin with, not a mixed blood dragon. Needless to say, other than the little monk who had a heaven-defying body, Xiaochen had never seen anyone with a better comprehension ability than him. Core disciples have 3 chances to choose the martial skill pavilion for the first time. However, that's a bit difficult. You'll need a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for them. The Grey Deacon asked one last time, are you sure you won't change your decision? No change. Without saying anything more, the gray-robed administrator took out the corresponding copy of the secret manual and passed it to Xiaochen. He made the latter swear on his heart demon that he would not teach it to anyone else before allowing him to leave. As the gray-clad administrator looked at Xiaochen's back, he shook his head. Although you, Xiaochen, have boundless potential, becoming a core disciple at the Star Venerate realm, you are not a core disciple. However, how could an ordinary person control Firmament's rage and the Supreme Dragon Fist? That was too big of a step. After leaving the martial technique pavilion, Xiaochen sat on the demon blood vulture and went to the heavenly pill pavilion. When Xiaochen showed the pill dragon medallion that the third palace master gave him, he was immediately given a grand reception. Even the pavilion master personally came out. The pill dragon token. Only the third palace master is qualified to give it to others. That's right, it was given to me by the third palace master. Xiaochen retrieved the pill dragon token from the third palace master's hands. Truthfully speaking, he had the intention of using the third palace master's name to obtain benefits for himself. But then again, this was the third palace master's intention in giving him the pill dragon token. Furthermore, there was no such thing as angering the third palace master by doing so. The expression of the heavenly pill pavilion's pavilion master, whose cultivation was much higher than Xiaochen's, changed slightly. He said respectfully, so that's how it is. Why are you here? I'm here to collect my stipend. I also want to ask how to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. The pavilion master smiled and said, it's a small matter. I can give you your stipend right now. For such a small matter, there is no need for you to come personally in the future. I'll get someone to deliver it to you. Many thanks, pavilion master. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, that's easy. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, 500,000 inferior grade spirit jades can be exchanged for 1 primeval heavenly pill. Medial grade spirit jades only require 10,000, and superior grade spirit jades only require 100. Xiaochen thought for a while. Including the spoils of war from the Holy Venerates, he had close to 200 million medial grade spirit jades and 30,000 superior grade spirit jades. Forget about the superior grade spirit jades. It was not worth it to keep them for himself to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. Of the 200 million medial-grade spirit jades, he would keep only 50 million and exchange the rest. After the handover, including his stipend, Xiaoqin obtained a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. That was more than a year's worth of stipend for the other core disciples. It was a vast fortune. After all, many core disciples did not use all the stipend they received for cultivation. They still had to bribe their superiors and buy other cultivation resources for themselves. The stipend could not be completely used for cultivation. However, Xiaoqin was different. He truly lived up to being the disciple that the third palace master fancied. He had an extraordinary background, easily giving out more than 100 million medial-grade spirit jades. A regular holy venerate would only be worth this much. However, Xiaoqin was just an insignificant star venerate. Here. This is a gift for you for having the pill dragon medallion. The pavilion master revealed a smile and handed a jade bottle to Xiaoqin. Then, he opened it and took a look. There were exactly 2,000 primeval heavenly pills in there, no more, no less. Xiaoqin did not stand on ceremony. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art required an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. No matter how many primeval heavenly pills he had, he would not find it too much. After walking out of the heavenly pill pavilion, Xiaoqin sighed in his heart. It was much more convenient to have someone protecting him in the sect. The third palace master only gave him one pill dragon medallion, and it allowed him to do things very smoothly. Furthermore, there were other benefits. Xiaoqin easily obtained 2 months' worth of stipend from the others. Let's go back to Cold Moon Cave. After this, Xiaoqin should enter closed-door cultivation and consume the benefits that he obtained from this Heaven Dragon Palace. At this moment, Xiaoqin's ambition soared. However, he did not let it get to his head. He followed his plan step by step. Mountains surrounded Cold Moon Cave. The spiritual energy was like an immortal fog. Whoosh! Xiaoqin opened his palm, and a scarlet medicinal pill containing boundless energy and a berserk aura appeared in his palm. This was one of the 8 supreme treasures that Xiaoqin obtained from Xiaoqian's Pillar of Divine Flame. Beast Blood Pill. The demon blood vulture was stunned. As it looked at this medicinal pill filled with a demonic nature and a berserk aura, it immediately drooled. Master, why did you not take this out earlier? If I swallowed it, I would have advanced to Holy Venerate long ago. The demon blood vulture asked in extreme dissatisfaction, feeling aggrieved. Xiaoqin retorted calmly, what do you know? Although the cultivation paths of cultivators and ferocious beasts are different, the principles are roughly the same. Instead of properly tempering yourself as a late-stage star venerate, you swallowed this medicinal pill. It would definitely do you more harm than good. After accumulating your strength, you can take advantage of the situation to break through. Only then can you bring out the beast blood pill's effects to the greatest. It will not leave behind any future problems. This is the best for you. Take it. Xiaoqin waved his hand and handed the beast blood pill to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The demon blood vulture's body immediately swelled up. 10,000 beams of scarlet light burst out of its body, illuminating the entire Cold Moon Cave. However, the golden line on the demon blood vulture's tail feathers did not disappear amid the scarlet light. Instead, it looked even more piercing. This strand of golden light vaguely seemed to outshine the scarlet light. When Xiaoqin saw this scene, he nodded slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, his strength would definitely improve significantly. If the demon blood vulture did not improve, it would not be able to keep up with him. Supreme Dragon Fist, 5-finger magic skills, and 17,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiaoqin looked forward to digesting all this and seeing how far he could go. Chapter 1883. From Easy to Difficult. Xiaoqin decided to practice Light of Freedom first to complete his Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao had created Thunder Dragon steps himself and did not have a complete sequence. Furthermore, many of the cultivation techniques in the Heaven Dragon Palace had been perfected through the hard work of several generations. Perhaps Xiao could cultivate Thunder Dragon steps on his own, but he could not make it into a secret manual and pass it down. This was the difference. What Xiao needed to do now was to perfect Thunder Dragon steps. Light of Freedom was a lightning-attributed movement technique. When cultivated to great perfection, one's entire physical body would turn into a flash of electric light. In a few breaths, one could travel 500 kilometers in the clouds. The more profound aspect of this movement technique was the word freedom. Lightning could not be controlled. It was not like wind or other energies. If one specified a direction, lightning could not change directions. Although it was fast, it moved in a straight line. However, light of freedom could be controlled freely within a short distance, allowing one to change directions at will. However, its weakness was rather obvious. One could only turn into a bolt of lightning. When one turned into lightning, one's attacks were extremely limited. Hence, this movement technique was excellent for fleeing and traveling. However, it was limited for killing enemies. Xiao flipped open the secret manual and seriously comprehended it. The Thunder Great Dao's Dao disc silently unfurled. The purple Dao disc gave off a gentle light, flickering slightly as the pages flipped. Xiao did not deliberately control it. Thunderclouds gathered as he comprehended. Occasionally, lightning tore through the sky. Night and day alternated. Day and night alternated as Xiao flipped through the Light of Freedom's secret manual again and again. Xiao eyes were like stars, shining with the light of wisdom. It was like he could pierce through space and time, seeing the scene of the creator of this secret manual cultivating this movement technique. 7 days later, Kao. The petrified Xiao closed the secret manual, and the light in his eyes vanished. Xiao withdrew the Dao disc behind him into his body, and the mysterious phenomena around him vanished. The world turned quiet. Whoosh! Without any warning, Xiao body suddenly turned into motes of electric light, combining into a flash of bright electric light. With a whoosh, the electric light soared to the wall. In the next moment, it turned back into Xiao physical body. Puchi! After standing still, Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, but a faint smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It took him 7 days to master a mid-grade earth step cultivation technique. This was his first time using it, so he was slightly unfamiliar with it and ended up injuring himself. When this movement technique transformed into lightning and reassembled itself, there would be a moment of pause. Otherwise, if he were to reassemble it too quickly, he would injure himself. The risk was rather great. This movement technique is really powerful. Only those with the dragon bloodline can cultivate it. If other martial artists want to cultivate, without the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, they are simply courting death. Xiao muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to a mountain peak in the mountain range around Cold Moon Cave. Whoosh! When his body reformed, Xiao turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped into the clouds. Hua! Xiao, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly sped up 100 times in the clouds, giving Xiao a thrill that he had never felt before. So fast! Xiao could not help exclaiming after recovering his figure. However, when Xiao checked his veritable essence energy, he could no longer hold back. Inside the 9-star primal core, Xiao had exhausted 1/3 of his primal chaos veritable essence energy in just a few breaths of time. If I do not raise my cultivation, I cannot casually use this movement technique. Xiao thought to himself when he returned to Cold Moon Cave. No wonder the secret manual specifically said that although this cultivation technique was special, it did not have a high combat prowess. It was only suitable for fleeing. However, if Xiaochen added it to the Thunder Dragon steps, it would be a perfect combination. Xiaochen did as he said, not hesitating at all. In the following days, one could see Xiaochen continuously changing between the two movement techniques in Cold Moon Cave. Sometimes, he would turn into lightning and move freely. Sometimes, he would ride on a lightning dragon and fly everywhere. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. Xiaochen failed again and again. Failure. 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 After countless failures, the berserk lightning covered Xiaochen's physical body with wounds. However, Xiaochen did not show any intention of giving up. On a certain day after half a month, boom! A strange bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It fell in a straight line, but when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly moved along the mountains and rivers. When it was about to reach Cold Moon Cave, this strange bolt of lightning gave off dragon might. Then, it turned into a solid-looking lightning dragon. When the lightning dragon landed in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave, it blasted apart a palace hall. Dust filled the air, and crackling lightning flickered in the air. Carefree laughter came from the thick dust cloud. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. The dust cloud scattered. A white-clad person appeared in the rubble. He appeared fatigued, and his entire body was covered in dust. However, that person clenched his fists tightly. Stubbornness and determination flickered in his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. I must become a heaven-class core disciple. I must obtain the right to go to Ancestor Dragon City. With hard work and perseverance, one would definitely reap rewards. Again. Xiaochen shouted and shook off the dust on his body. Then, he turned into a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. This is it. This is it. After turning into a lightning dragon, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. However, he remained frighteningly calm. After turning into a pure lightning dragon, Xiaochen was no slower than lightning. However, it was easier to control, and its offensive power increased significantly. After successfully merging, Xiaochen improved rapidly. After another half a month, lightning suddenly appeared in Cold Moon Cave. In the next moment, it turned into a dragon. Immediately, 9 dragons soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Now, the 9 lightning dragons easily broke the peaks of the mountain range and blasted them into pieces. When they landed, the 9 dragons gathered and quickly reformed, revealing Xiaochen's true body. Success! Xiaochen finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, he finally succeeded in perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. After that, he had to follow the framework that he set and cultivate to the peak step by step. Xiaochen had already spent 2 months perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. The commotion that he caused in the dueling plaza should have already passed. Xiaochen did not know that the rich clan disciples who entered at the same time as him should have already made a name for themselves. These people were holy venerates in the first place. After entering this Heaven Dragon Palace, they had great teachers to guide them. After 2 months, they should have improved rapidly and come out of closed-door cultivation. However, that did not matter. These distracting thoughts had nothing to do with Xiaochen for now. Next, it is time to practice Firmament's Rage. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and took out the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Then, he seriously read it. Xiaochen did not think about anything else. The first step in cultivating Firmament's Rage was to temper the 5 fingers, forging them into claws that rivaled those of an ancient divine dragon. Invulnerable to swords and spears, fire and water, tempering them to the point that they were like sharp divine weapons. Xiaochen carefully studied the secret manual, continuously pondering the difficult parts. Many things that ordinary people did not understand or could not understand were solved by Xiao Chen's terrifying comprehension ability. Many stars flickered in Xiao Chen's bright, clear eyes, looking like the light of wisdom. Due to the impure bloodline, mixed-blood dragons find it hard to temper their fingers into dragon claws. Even if they succeed, they will not be strong enough. Hence, mixed-blood dragons cannot cultivate this firmament's rage. Forging the 5 fingers into the claws of an ancient divine dragon as hard as divine metal without losing its flexibility is a contradiction in itself. This is a major difficulty. After successfully forming the 5 claws, I still have to infuse my own great Tao energy into them, filling the 5 fingers with spirituality. This depends on the person. If one cultivates the sword Tao, the 5 fingers will be like swords. If one cultivates the saber Tao, the 5 fingers will naturally be like sabers. After that, I still have to find the 5 elements to supplement them. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by circulating the 5 elements can one form a nation. Only then can firmament's rage condense space and bring out its true might. Secret techniques were difficult to practice and cultivate. Difficult. 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 This was especially so for firmament's rage. It was even more difficult. What the martial technique pavilion's administrator said was true. Clearly, giving up was not Xiao Chen's style. Xiao Chen had to succeed in cultivating firmament's rage. 7 days later, Xiao Chen worked hard and finally completed the first step. With a thought, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers flickered with azure light, looking hard and sharp. Xiao Chen gently slid his fingers across the floor covered in divine materials and left 5 claw marks. Boom! Xiao Chen dug his fingers in and grabbed forcefully, lifting up the entire floorboard. Following that, rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Pieces of the floor made of divine materials flew up. The formation in the room instantly broke. Saber energy. Xiao Chen made his 5 fingers like sabers. Each finger needed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. Naturally, one great Tao energy could not satisfy Xiao Chen. He also needed to infuse the thunder Tao into it, creating an even more horrifying might. Due to the divine dragon bloodline and the advantage of his physique, Xiao Chen completed the first step very smoothly. However, the second step was somewhat difficult. Chapter 1884. Xiao Chen possessed 2 great Tao energies. Be it the saber great Tao or the thunder great Tao, they were both great Tao that contain vast energy. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he might blast his palm away. The risk was great. However, since Xiao Chen chose this secret technique, he would not give up so easily. However, before he infused his great Tao, he had to execute this firmament's rage and familiarize himself with this secret technique. Xiao Chen wanted to see how strong this firmament's rage could be after he completed the first step. He also wanted to see if he made any mistakes in his cultivation. After a while, Xiao Chen passed through the underground secret room and arrived at a secret realm in Cold Moon Cave that was used to test martial techniques. This secret realm was modified from the divine nation that a foe god senior of the dragon race left behind. The inheritance and natural treasures in the nation had long since ceased to exist after the passage of time. The Heaven Dragon Palace had cut it into hundreds of pieces and kept them in the cave residences of every core disciple, nourishing them with the underground spirit vein. No matter what kind of damage was done in this secret realm, it could slowly recover. To Xiao Chen, this was an illusory world that was both real and fake. After entering the secret realm, Xiao Chen arrived at a mountain range with a complicated environment. Then, he circulated his veritable essence energy and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique. Boom! The moment the secret technique was executed, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's spirit pool turned into motes of light and spread out from his body. Materialized by firmament's rage, a vast star venerate will soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky. Xiao Chen used his heart to feel. As he circulated the secret technique, he felt that his will of soul bore the vast energy of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon from the great desolate Aeon. Who dares to endure my rage? An ancient, furious roar resounded in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul. Rage transcended space and time and reached Xiao Chen. Along with rage came vast and horrifying energy. Xiao Chen revealed a strained expression, somewhat unable to endure this energy. Even space trembled slightly. Rage spread out in the world. A terrifying aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body as if he bore the rage of heaven. Xiao Chen frowned heavily. Rage roared endlessly in the depths of his soul. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was to no avail. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only unleash Firmament's rage in advance. Bang! With a thought, his 5 fingers immediately became as hard as divine metal, like the claws of an ancient divine dragon. Destroy, my wrath! Xiao Chen focused on a majestic peak among the thousands of peaks in the surroundings. It was the peak that caused the rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon to sway. A huge burning hand immediately appeared in the sky, covering half of the sky above Cold Moon Cave. Xiao Chen felt that he could control the burning palm in the sky. In an instant, the sweat on his face could not conceal his excitement. Even Xiao Chen felt that the power of the giant hand was somewhat terrifying, and he was filled with dread. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen exerted a bit of effort to control the giant hand and held on to the mountain peak. With a gentle tug, Xiao Chen pulled the towering mountain out of the ground just like that. Gotcha! When Xiao Chen clenched hard, he easily crushed the mountain peak, turning it into dust. The shock waves of energy spread out, and the many peaks crumbled. The many towering peaks were all destroyed. The scene was so scary that it felt surreal. Only when the shock waves swept over and knocked the stunned Xiao Chen into the air did he startle awake. Cough! 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 The pale Xiao Chen climbed to his feet and coughed a few times. As he looked at the scene of destruction in the distance, he felt somewhat startled. This was truly Firmament's rage. The mountains instantly turned to dust. Only the roar of heaven could do this. In reality, Xiao Chen knew that it was not heaven. The power of this rage came from a certain ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Firmament's rage was a secret technique that transcended the boundaries of time and space, connecting to this ancestor dragon that existed in the past. It had to be said that the person who created this secret technique was indeed unprecedented. His talent was outstanding and admirable. Right now, what Xiao Chen did not know was that all the Dragon's Gate's secret techniques were actually in the ancient dragon race remnants. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique found an incomplete secret technique, which was then completed by later generations. It was not created by this person. This is just the first step, and its might is already somewhat terrifyingly strong. The process of controlling it is even more dangerous. If I get careless, I might not be able to suppress that rage and injure myself. I have to become more familiar with it before I can execute it. Otherwise. Xiao Chen stood up and muttered to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his nose. He reached out and gently touched it, discovering blood. Then, he gently swung his hand in the air. A mirror made of veritable essence energy reflected Xiao Chen's pale face, bleeding from his 7 facial orifices. Dizziness assaulted Xiao Chen. He reached up and touched his head. Then, he staggered and looked like he would fall over. Cassier! Cassier! Xiao Chen's internal organs shattered, and waves of pain assaulted him. All sorts of repercussions came one after another, nearly taking Xiao Chen's life. At the crucial moment, the ancient blue dragon bloodline surged. Its strong recovery ability stabilized his injuries. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. A gentle Buddhist light encased his body. Xiao Chen's feet slowly left the ground. His Buddha nature heart activated the gentle Buddhist might left behind by the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira in his physical body. Together with the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen emptied his mind. As he floated in the air, he felt like he was soaking in water. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His complexion recovered its rosy color, and he looked much better. Secret techniques were risky. One had to be cautious when cultivating them. Xiao Chen slowly landed on the ground and reflected on himself. He felt that he had been too impatient. Firmament's rage was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Being impatient was a great taboo when cultivating it. Not to mention Firmament's rage, one had to avoid being impatient with any martial technique or cultivation technique. However, Xiao Chen's strong physical body could withstand the backlash of failure in some cultivation techniques, negligible. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen no longer rushed to practice Firmament's rage. I should stabilize my cultivation first. Cultivation is the foundation. When my cultivation improves, it might be easier to execute Firmament's rage. Earlier, when Xiao Chen executed Firmament's rage, he had clearly felt strained. In the end, he had still forcefully executed it. Perhaps that was the hidden danger left behind at that time. If Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, it should not be so strenuous. He would be able to execute it more easily. It would also be easier to cultivate the second step. He would not have to bleed from his 7 apertures every time. After leaving the secret realm, Xiao Chen went to Cold Moon Cave's cultivation room. The formation in the cultivation room connected to the underground spirit vein. There was no need for spirit stones. Cultivating in the formation core was much faster than cultivating outside. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the formation core, hovering in the air. He used spirit jades to activate the formation. As the formation circulated, the spiritual energy from the true dragon-grade spirit vein underground entered Xiao Chen's body. Boom! The vast spiritual energy was dense and dense, already comparable to medial-grade spirit jades. The quantity was incomparable. Spiritual light radiated from Xiao Chen's body. As he sat cross-legged, he gave off a jade-like glow. Demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He shouted in his heart. Then, he executed the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art and the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Immediately, it turned into a black hole that sucked in the vast amount of spiritual energy that filled Xiao Chen's body. Carefree. The demonic cloud seed flickered with a black luster, clearly excited. As the demonic cloud seed circulated, spiritual energy poured in endlessly like a spring. Xiao Chen sensed that the demonic cloud seed would change at any moment. It helped Xiao Chen successfully cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. However, half an hour later, Xiao Chen felt that the demonic cloud seed's appetite was growing. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein could no longer keep up with the rate at which the demonic cloud seed was absorbing it. An irritable emotion came from the demonic cloud seed. Then, it would affect his body. Xiao Chen's state of mind was like water. He calmed down a little, alleviating the negative emotions. This was the reason why those who cultivated demonic arts were mostly people with twisted personalities. However, with Xiao Chen's state of mind, he didn't need to worry too much. He could easily resolve it himself. It's time to use the primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a demonic look filled his eyes. With a casual wave, 100 primeval heavenly pills flew out of his storage ring and floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen. Primeval heavenly pills were refined from spirit jades and natural treasures. They contained vast and pure energy. The main body of the medicinal pill was spirit jades. Hence, one could absorb these primeval heavenly pills without any negative effects. It was not without reason that the Great Thousand Realms used them as currency. The demonic cloud seed in Xiao Chen's dantian was already impatient, urging him endlessly. However, Xiaochen did not panic. He gently opened his mouth and sucked in 10 primeval heavenly pills. Boom! The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered Xiaochen's mouth. The vast medicinal energy instantly exploded, flooding his body. What pure medicinal energy! Xiaochen praised in his heart. No wonder these primeval heavenly pills are so precious. They are so expensive to exchange for. They are indeed much better than spirit jades. Even absorbing 1,000 superior grade spirit jades cannot compare to one primeval heavenly pill. The instant the demonic cloud seed absorbed the primeval heavenly pill, it gave off a pleasant feeling. However, Xiaochen also eased this pleasant feeling. This was a temptation. Demonic Dao cultivators often lost their humanity. They did many heartless and cruel things, yet they still laughed loudly, feeling very pleased. This was the reason why both this pleasant feeling and the earlier irascibility were not desirable. When Xiaochen completely absorbed all 100 primeval heavenly pills, the black demonic cloud seed grew increasingly resplendent. Then, it exploded in his body with a boom. Demonic chi spread out from Xiaochen's body, filling the entire cultivation room. Xiaochen succeeded in cultivating the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's first layer. Chapter 1885. When the demonic fog scattered, Xiaochen looked inside with his spiritual sense and discovered the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Aside from the whirlpools of the purple thunder divine incantation and the ice fish divine incantation, there was nothing above his dantian. When Xiaochen looked inside his dantian with his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a demonic cloud bird in this vast and mysterious space. A great desolate and ferocious beast's demonic might flew around. With just one look, Xiaochen felt fear. The overwhelming demonic might of a great desolate and ferocious beast inspired some fear in Xiaochen. Fortunately, Xiaochen possessed the great desolate and dragon race bloodline in the first place, so he did not feel fear or submit to that demonic might. If it were anyone else, they might end up enslaved by this cultivation technique, falling into depravity. With a thought, the demonic cloud bird flew out of Xiaochen's dantian and immediately grew larger, merging with his entire physical body. Boom! An overwhelming demonic might surged out of Xiaochen's body. At this moment, his body gave off the aura of a demonic Dao hero. With just a glance, one could feel the overwhelming demonic might, and boundless fear spread in one's heart. Explode! Xiaochen shouted, and the demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body poured out endlessly. The demonic chi veritable essence energy gathered above Xiaochen's head. Immediately, he grasped every tiny movement in the space under the demonic clouds. He felt the demonic clouds encasing him, forming a special field. If he fought with someone and formed demonic clouds, he would have a natural advantage. There should be other uses for it, waiting to be explored slowly. If he cultivated it to the peak, he could reach the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's level. Even after death, the overwhelming demonic clouds could encase 100,000 great peaks, never scattering. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought, I wonder if I can execute my light of freedom in these demonic clouds. If I can, it will be a stroke of genius. When used together, it will be like fish and water. Xiaochen decided not to think about this for now. There were many benefits to cultivating the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art's first layer. After breaking through the bottleneck, his stagnant cultivation could finally advance. As Xiaochen pondered, he consumed some primeval heavenly pills to replenish his spiritual energy veritable essence energy. Perhaps he could cultivate to peak middle stage star venerate within 1 month. Now that Xiaochen had broken through the bottleneck, as long as he had enough primeval heavenly pills, he could boldly charge forward without worry. After arriving at this Heaven Dragon Palace, aside from entering Ancestor Dragon City, there was no other way to enter this Heaven Dragon Palace. One of the main reasons was that he wanted to quickly increase his strength and let all of his previous accumulations explode. Let's do it. Xiao closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, this time, he circulated the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 11th layer, the amount of spiritual energy he could circulate was not much less than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. After all, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art was only at the first stage. The cultivation of realms was the most boring, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In 1 month, Xiao used a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing his original plans and reaching peak consummation middle stage star venerate. He was only half a step away from the middle stage. Actually, when Xiao consumed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, he could have broken through to late stage star venerate. However, he purposely suppressed it. There was no need to take such a big step and spend another 5,000 to stabilize his cultivation and polish his quintessential essence. As an accumulation, it was the best. This is really delightful. At this moment, Xiao felt refreshed. He felt like he had reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects. His current combat prowess was several times stronger than before he entered closed-door cultivation. However, this was also because he had just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve such a great effect when he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the delight, it came from his heart. Xiao spent more than a year's worth of stipends for others in 1 month. If word of this spread, many jaws would drop. After the shock, they would definitely feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Right now, not only did Xiao cultivation reach peak middle stage star venerate, but his primal chaos veritable essence energy also reached equilibrium. He could bring out the Taiji force field again, which was much better than before. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Xiao executed Firmament's Rage again. This time, he executed it much more easily and smoothly. There were no repercussions. The huge drain did not overdraw on Xiao. Xiao still had sufficient primal chaos veritable essence energy, using only 1/5 of it. However, the drain on his soul energy was still somewhat easy to bear. Although his cultivation had increased tremendously, his soul energy had not improved significantly. Only by breaking through to Holy Venerate could his soul energy improve further. After cultivating quietly for 1 month, Xiao somewhat anxious heart completely calmed down. Now, his state of mind was calm and peaceful, like the lake water, calm and at ease. Such a state of mind was very suitable for practicing Firmament's Rage. Neither arrogant nor rash, not in a rush, not disturbed by external things. There was an average-sized lake in the city-sized cold moon cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning howled, kicking up splashes and waves. When Xiao appeared and landed on the surface of the lake, the intense splashes slowly subsided without a sound. There was a saying that one's appearance came from the heart. Actually, the environment would change because of the heart. At this moment, Xiao heart was as calm as still water. He inadvertently affected the waves and splashes caused by the lightning. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cycle throne appeared, and Xiao sat on it. Xiao started to practice the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, the second step of Firmament's Rage, merging the Great Tao into his palm. This was a process that required patience. Even if Xiao had astonishing comprehension ability and figured out all the difficult parts, he would still fail. If he did not calm his heart, he would still fail. Once he failed, the price would be extremely cruel. His palm would explode. Given Xiao current cultivation, although he could regrow a broken limb, it would take time. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, his previous cultivation progress would be wasted. Aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one had been able to practice firmament's rage to great perfection in the past 1,000 years. There had to be a reason for that. Naturally, the first thing that Xiaoqian needed to condense was the saber Dao. No matter when, Xiaoqian's attributes as a bladesman always came first. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake water rippled gently. The cycle throne swayed with it. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiaoqian. Then, like a large knife cutting tofu, he controlled the great Dao energy to flow through the meridians in his 5 fingers. He needed to make his 5 fingers like a saber, filled with the Dao and spirituality. As Xiaoqian focused on the meridians in his fingers, he could not stop with his left hand. He needed to continuously form hand seals to circulate firmament's rage. Splitting his attention between 2 tasks was extremely taxing on his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the hand seals on Xiaoqian's left hand stopped. The lake water exploded, sending thousands of water pillars soaring into the sky. Xiaoqian failed. When he infused his great Dao energy, he did not control his strength well, injuring his meridians. He could only rest for a while and recuperate his meridians before trying again. Failure, failure, failure. Xiaoqian failed thousands or tens of thousands of times because he did not control his strength well or did not form the correct hand seals. Or perhaps both of them were prepared, but at the last moment, they failed to cooperate successfully. After repeated failures, Xiaoqian's mind became fatigued, easily becoming irritable, and he tried to force his way through. However, he could not do this forcefully. If he did, the consequences would be dire. This was a kind of torture. However, it was also a kind of tempering of his mental state. Several times, Xiaoqian could not help but give up or erupt. However, he endured it. As he looked at the lake water, he calmed his emotions and continued to work hard. During the past half-month, Xiaoqian had already lost count of how many times he failed. He had tried at least 10,000 times. The wind did not blow the calm lake surface, and the leaves did not cause any ripples. On this tranquil surface, there were turbulent waves and turbulent undercurrents. The eyes of the stubborn white-clad bladesman on the throne were always clear, flickering with a determined light. Boom! On a certain day, Xiaoqian's palm suddenly gave off a bright light, and saber intent spread out. Xiaoqian spread his fingers, and tens of thousands of strands of saber chi surged out. The calm lake water got chopped into countless pieces. The lake water looked like it was solid. Thousands of cracks appeared, but the saber intent could not mend them. I did it. Xiaoqian successfully infused his saber Dao's great Dao energy into his 5 fingers. When the light scattered, a Dao seal appeared on his palm and slowly merged into his bones. After failing several times and succeeding, Xiaoqian only revealed a faint smile on his face. He did not rejoice or get overly excited. There was only the confidence of an expert and the innate pride of a white-clad bladesman. Xiaoqian believed in himself. No matter how many times he failed, he would not doubt his ability. 10 days later, the Thunder Great Dao's Dao seal successfully formed on the back of his hand. With a flip of his hand, it could be a saber or lightning. It is time to come out of closed-door cultivation. After Xiaoqian practiced firmament's rage to great perfection, he pushed his right hand toward the sky. A huge palm appeared, flickering with lightning and saber light. It looked like he wanted to break the sky with one hand. Chapter 1886. Xiaoqian had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Now that his cultivation and strength had soared, it was indeed time for him to go out and take a look. He also needed to know the latest news from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Whoosh! 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 After putting away the throne, Xiaoqian moved around Cold Moon Cave a few times before arriving at the front yard. A huge scarlet cocoon radiating a terrifying demonic nature floated quietly in the air in the front yard. This silly bird. I already came out of closed-door cultivation, and it is still consuming the beast blood pill. Could it be that its harvest is greater than mine? Xiaochen muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. After some thought, he realized that this might be possible. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had already mutated. If the demon blood vulture's bloodline power was triggered by the energy contained in that mysterious beast blood vulture's bloodline, its improvement would be unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen placed the scarlet cocoon in the spirit beast pouch, which he used to store demonic pets. Normally, this demon blood vulture could turn into a scarlet ring, which was much more convenient to wear than the spirit beast pouch. Xiaochen normally did not need the spirit beast pouch, but he had to use it today. The moment Xiaochen left the courtyard, he discovered an inner palace disciple not far from the entrance, feeling strange. This inner palace disciple sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating his cultivation technique. With one look, it was clear that he had been here for a long time. "What are you doing?" That inner palace disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Xiaochen, he quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Xiao, I am here on orders from the mission hall's administrator to inform Senior Brother. Inner palace disciples and core disciples need to do 3 missions every month. If they do not do them for now, they can accumulate until next month. However, the number will increase." So, that is the case. Xiaochen now understood. Every sect had missions. Xiaochen raised his head and interrupted the other party. "How long have you been here?" "I came 2 months ago. However, no one listened to my voice projection, so I waited here." The administrator instructed that if Senior Brother did not respond, he should be in closed-door cultivation. He instructed me not to disturb him and just stand guard. The disciples who enter the Heaven Dragon Palace for the first time always enter closed-door cultivation for a long time. After that, everything will be normal. The deacon has specifically instructed us not to disturb and disrupt Senior Brother's cultivation. The man had been waiting here for nearly 3 months, but he didn't have any complaints. He explained to Xiaochen seriously. Xiaochen nodded slightly. "Thank you. How many missions have I accumulated?" "You are too polite. Senior Brother Xiao, you have accumulated a total of 10 missions. According to the rules of the sect, it had to be completed within a month. Otherwise, you'll be punished because you haven't accepted any missions for 3 months. Understood. You can leave now." "Yes." Xiaochen thought to himself. With his current cultivation, 10 missions should be enough to be completed within a month. There should be a reward for completing the mission. Coincidentally, Xiaochen was still worrying about advancing to late-stage star venerate. As for how to obtain the huge amount of resources he needed, the way of missions was a very good method. Many of the missions in the Heaven Dragon Palace came from the Dragon's Gate's inner sect, which was Ancestor Dragon City. This trial was extremely difficult, but the rewards were equally bountiful. One could obtain a large number of primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiaochen greatly desired these primeval heavenly pills. He needed primeval heavenly pills to buy things. Cultivating his cultivation technique required these primeval heavenly pills as well. The little bit of wealth he had was not enough. He did not know how many primeval heavenly pills he would need to accumulate when he reached late-stage star venerate. After a while, Xiaochen took out his core disciple identity token and infused some soul energy into it. Then, a map to the mission hall immediately appeared in his mind. As Xiaochen flew, he moved very fast. After a while, the mountain peak where the mission hall was already in sight. Many disciples came down from the mountain. People came and went at this mountain peak, making it exceptionally bustling. Although the sect required disciples to complete 3 missions every month, in reality, many disciples completed more than 3 missions. This was because the primeval heavenly pills that the sect gave out were not enough in the first place. Xiaochen needed to think of other ways. Just as Xiaochen prepared to ascend the mountain, a group of core disciples chatting in soft voices came over. Senior brother Zhang, that group of rich clan disciples that entered the sect 3 months ago is advancing really fast on the core disciple ranking. Indeed. Most of the top 20 of the core disciples are them. Right now, these people have already occupied their own peaks and are nurturing their own factions in the sect. There's no helping it. These are rich clan disciples. Their strength is extraordinary in the first place, and their bloodlines go without saying. After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they are like fish in water. They will definitely improve very quickly. However, they can forget about becoming Heaven-class core disciples. There are only 3 Heaven-class core disciples. 2 are already decided, and the last one is definitely Senior Brother Yi. The leader of this group spoke frankly with assurance. As he spoke, he had blind confidence in his senior brother Yi. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiaochen. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen remembered. It was him. That was the person who followed beside Yi Qianyun, the person who once wanted to toss Xiaochen out, the person who felt that Xiaochen was not qualified to participate in the test. In the end, Xiaochen knocked him into the air with one palm strike, causing him to suffer greatly. 3 months had passed, but Xiaochen had not improved at all. He was still a follower. Xiaochen walked straight over expressionlessly, brushing past this group of people. Stop right there. Xiaochen had just brushed past them when he heard a furious shout calling out to him. Someone recognized me. Xiaochen thought to himself. Where did this inner palace disciple come from? To think that you are not bowing when you see a group of senior brothers. Showing no respect for your seniors, showing no respect at all. I think you must be tired of living. However, a loud shout immediately followed, letting Xiaochen know that he was wrong. It turns out that this is the reason. That makes sense. That person thought that Xiaochen was an inner palace disciple, given his low status. When inner palace disciples saw core disciples, they had to greet them respectfully. However, Xiaochen ignored so many core disciples. This was indeed somewhat overboard. However, this was not a serious matter, far from the point where Xiaochen needed to die. Is there a need for me to bow to you? Xiaochen asked coldly as he turned around expressionlessly. It's you. When this person saw Xiaochen, he was startled at first. Then, he rejoiced and guffawed, ha ha ha. So, it is the famous junior brother Xiaochen. To think that you have the time to come and take a mission. Why don't you go and challenge that Xiaochen you? Let's see how Elder Tianyun regrets it. He is Xiaochen. 3 months have passed, and he is still a middle-stage star venerate. It looks like Elder Tianyun did not make a mistake back then. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is indeed a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. It cannot compare to the eruption of a true dragon bloodline in its later stages. Indeed. I heard that Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others are already close to peak early-stage holy venerate. In a short 3 months, they improved rapidly. A mixed-blood dragon bloodline is still somewhat lacking. Xiaochen was not in the mood to waste time with this group of people, so he turned and left. Junior brother Xiaochen, why the rush? Although you are not a core disciple and do not need to bow to us, we are still your senior brothers. Are you not going to greet us? Disciple Zhang said with a smile as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiaochen. While Zhang Yunxian looked like he was smiling, in reality, he was gritting his teeth, hiding a murderous intent on his face. Clearly, Zhang Yunxian still held a grudge against Xiaochen for injuring him with a palm strike. He could not let it go, so he wanted to take this opportunity to vent his frustration. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect, unless it was the dueling plaza. Zhang Yunxian wanted to force Xiaochen, provoking Xiaochen into taking the initiative to attack. That way, when Zhang Yunxian made a move to teach Xiaoqin a lesson, the situation would be different. The one who violated the sect rules was Xiaoqin and not Zhang Yunxian. That way, Zhang Yunxian could vent his frustration. Whoosh! 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 Xiaoqian's figure moved 3 times. However, Zhang Wenxuan pressed on, blocking Xiaoqian's every move. Junior brother Xiaoqin, I think you should come to this mission hall another day. Zhang Yunxian revealed a cocky smile. As he spoke, the core disciple who was with him appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Come, obediently address me as senior brother. Perhaps when I am in a good mood and forget about the grudge from that day, I might let you go up, Zhang Yunxian said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiaoqin, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Yunxian stared at Xiaoqin, hoping that Xiaoqin would not be able to hold himself back. However, he failed. Xiaoqin closed his eyes, his expression calm. From the start until now, there had not been any change. Scram back. Seeing that Xiaoqin had no intention of getting angry, Zhang Yunxian grew impatient. He reached out to push Xiaoqin. However, Zhang Yunxuan's hand was only extended halfway when Xiaoqin grabbed it. Zhang Yunxuan's fingers were as tough as divine metal. With just a little force, Zhang Yunxian could not move, and he let out a miserable shriek. You were waiting for this moment, right? Xiaoqin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yunxian with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yunxian should have been overjoyed that Xiaoqin had taken the bait. However, when he looked into Xiaoqian's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. As you wish, then. Xiaoqin grabbed Zhang Yunxuan's arm and pulled. Zhang Yunxuan's body was like a sandbag as he smashed Zhang Yunxian to the ground. Rumble. A huge crack immediately appeared on the ground, and the entire foot of the mountain trembled. When the core disciples who were with Zhang Yunxian saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. They soared into the air and flew towards Xiaoqin. One of them shouted, "Hurry up and let go of senior brother Zhang. You have already violated the sect's rules." Many people came and went in the mission office. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Many people had noticed that Zhang Yunxian and his group had blocked Xiaoqin earlier. They thought that Xiaoqin would fall into a trap and be forced to make a move before being taught a lesson. Xiaoqin would learn a lesson after suffering a huge loss. However, no one expected Xiaoqin to grab Zhang Yunxian in one move, lift him up, and smash him to the ground. This was simply too ruthless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 1887. There were a total of 6 people accompanying Zhang Yunxian. All of them were core disciples and early-stage holy venerates. When the 6 of them saw Zhang Yunxian being smashed into the ground like a sandbag by Xiaoqin, they immediately became anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could to save Zhang Yunxian. Boom! The 6 holy venerates soared into the air at the same time. In an instant, winds blew and clouds churned as a strong aura spread out. No one dared to approach the foot of the mountain. Some of the inner palace disciples who were watching the show could not dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Xiaoqin, you're dead. You're dead. Since you dare to attack your fellow disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one can save you today. After being smashed by Xiaoqin, Zhang Yunxian felt as though all the bones in his body were broken. The pain made him vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look like he was going to admit defeat at all. Instead, he laughed crazily, looking terrifying and insane. At the same time, he mobilized all the quintessential essence in his body and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiaoqian's grasp. Bang 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 bang. Xiaoqin didn't say anything. He just stood there and kept hitting Zhang Yunxian. Every swing was stronger than the last. In the end, the ground cracked and the mountain where the mission hall was located trembled. He attacked very quickly. Before the 6 holy venerates arrived, he had already smashed Zhang Yunxian into the ground more than 10 times. Zhang Yunxian was already badly mutilated. He was in a sorry state, but he still clenched his teeth. In the end, he gave up on struggling and only used his quintessential essence to protect his body. Release senior brother Zhang. The 6 holy venerates arrived, each attacking Xiaoqin. Good timing. Xiaoqin smiled coldly. Then, he lifted Zhang Yunxian and used him as a weapon, sweeping out. When the 6 holy venerates with surging auras saw Zhang Yunxuan's body, they all retreated, not daring to clash head-on. So. With Zhang Yunxian in hand, Xiaoqin would not advance when facing 6 holy venerates. Brandishing Zhang Yunxuan's body, he charged forward ferociously, suppressing the 6 holy venerates. What holy venerables? You're just a so-so. I'll return it to you. Xiaoqin faced 6 holy venerates alone but managed to beat them into submission. Xiaoqin smiled coldly and infused his veritable essence energy and great Dao energy into Zhang Yunxian, who looked like a dead dog, before tossing him at the 6. Zhang Yunxuan's body flew uncontrollably toward the 6 of them. Everywhere he passed, he would not be able to control it. The strong wind shattered the ground and kicked up a layer of sand and stones. The sand surged like a raging dragon as Zhang Yunxian flew towards the 6 of them. The 6 holy venerates all turned ashen. It was clear that Zhang Yunxuan's body could not receive it. However, if he did not, his injuries would only worsen. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. Let's go together and catch senior brother Zhang. The 6 of them steeled their hearts, and their expressions turned grave. Their auras merged into one, and each of them stretched out a hand. Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to fall, they soared into the air and caught him. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from Zhang Yunxuan's body, and the 6 felt their blood and qi churning. They forced themselves not to vomit. After the 6 landed, they took a few steps back before they managed to catch their breaths. After knocking back the 6 holy venerates, Xiaoqin smiled faintly and turned to leave. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? The 6 holy venerates felt very sullen in their hearts. Earlier, they had been suppressed by Xiaoqin in front of so many inner palace disciples. Now that their senior brother Zhang had returned, how could they swallow this? A horrifying killing qi spread out from the 6, and a scarlet light spread out from their bodies. Holy venerates rage. As the 6 stared at Xiaoqin, they activated their horrifying holy venerate wills at the same time, pressing down on Xiaoqin one after another. They completely fell out with Xiaoqin. They did not care that their cultivations were higher than Xiaoqin's, wanting to keep him here. The people at the foot of the mountain all sucked in a breath of cold air. You are not convinced. That's fine. Today, I will make you all convinced. Not just anyone can block my path. Xiaoqin's lips curled up in a smile. The blood in his body surged, and the fighting spirit in his heart blazed. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Whoosh! Right after Xiaoqin spoke, he turned into a flash of lightning in the air. Just as the strong wills of the 6 holy venerates were about to envelop Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin executed Light of Freedom and left his original spot at the critical moment. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away, hovering in the air with a smile on his face. There. With a thought, the 6 holy venerates sent out their horrifying holy venerate wills. How fast could the holy venerates' wills be? It was practically impossible to dodge once the holy venerates sent out their wills. However, in the next moment, Xiaoqin's body turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the combined wills by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! 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 As Xiaoqin turned into a bolt of lightning, he whistled through the air, weaving back and forth. Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like mockery but also calm. Dressed in white, the surrounding sky follows my whim. I am as free as the wind, as free as light. The 6 holy venerates originally had a surging aura, determined to win. The 6 holy venerate wills covered nearly every corner. They were so fast that they could reach their target with a thought. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to lose to a middle-stage star venerate cultivator. However, the situation was reversed now. The 6 holy venerate wills should have been able to suppress Xiaochen calmly and unhurriedly. However, sweat poured down their foreheads, feeling anxious and frustrated. Xiaochen toyed with them, sending their holy venerate wills back and forth. However, none of them had any effect, leaving the 6 holy venerate wills on the verge of collapse. I've played enough. It's time for me to make a move, right? The smile on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he spoke indifferently. After the 6 attacks missed, they did not move. After the 6 holy venerate wills missed, they saw a bolt of lightning flying towards the 6 holy venerate wills. Just as the 6 holy venerate wills felt uncertain, that bolt of lightning suddenly turned into a terrifying and berserk lightning dragon. A strong dragon might swept out. How can this be? This is no longer light of freedom. Damn it! Since when can light of freedom become an offensive martial technique? The 6 holy venerate wills, who were physically and mentally fatigued and covered in sweat, could not withdraw their holy venerate wills in time. Flustered, they quickly scattered. In their current state, they could not endure the strike of this roaring lightning dragon. But can they escape? The dragon roar shook the sky. When the dragon might arrived, it ruled the world. The lightning dragon ferociously rammed into the 6 holy venerates, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The electric light charred their bodies. The dragon tail swung, and the remaining 3 holy venerates were sent flying. Rumble. 3 loud sounds rang out, and the 3 holy venerates crashed into a mountain peak each. The mountain rocks shattered and were instantly buried. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the lightning dragon revealed its true form. Xiaochen landed on the ground, dressed in pure white robes. Before the group could exclaim in surprise, several terrifying auras suddenly flew over from the sky. 3 peak early-stage holy venerate experts clad in scarlet robes and radiating terrifying killing intent flew over from afar. It's the law enforcement hall's blood dragon guards. This is problematic. The blood dragon guards are here. With Xiaochen injuring so many core disciples, he will definitely be severely punished. If he violates the sect rules, he will be severely punished. How unfortunate. This matter clearly cannot be blamed on Xiaochen. However, he should have exercised some restraint. No matter what, he should not have made the first move. Then, should he have allowed others to bully him? Many of the inner palace disciples who had seen this from the start felt upset on Xiaochen's behalf. This matter was not his fault at all. Who attacked inside the sect, harming a fellow disciple? The person in the middle of the 3 blood-clad guards demanded coldly. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Yunxian, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, jumped up and pointed at Xiaochen. It's him. It's him. He broke the sect rules and harmed fellow disciples. He was arrogant, making the first move. How noisy. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and slapped Zhang Yunxuan's face, sending him flying. Xiaochen was like a fly. There was no end to this. How bold of you. To think that you dare to attack before us. Come with us, then. The 3 blood dragon guards' expressions turned cold as they descended on Xiaochen, wanting to forcefully restrain Xiaochen and take him away. Scram! Xiaochen raged in his heart. He spread his fingers and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A colossal flaming hand immediately appeared in front, covering the entire sky. An ancient great desolate Aeon dragon might traveled through time and space, like the rage of heaven. The three blood-clad guards were greatly startled, caught off guard. They had not expected Xiao Qin to dare to resist. Paw! Just like that, Xiao Qin ruthlessly smacked the hand down. Then, he flipped his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the three blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's law enforcement hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every Bloodstrike Guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today, Xiao Qin sent these 3 Blood Dragon Guards flying with one palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now, alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Xiao Qin dared to anger the Blood Dragon Guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star Venerate, defeated 6 Holy Venerates and 3 Blood Dragon Guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many Inner Hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom. The 3 Blood Dragon Guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early-stage Holy Venerates. The Blood Dragon Guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Holy Venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had only executed Firmament's Rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had only executed the first layer of Firmament's Rage, not activating the 2 Dao seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Hua! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 Blood Dragon Guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Xiao Qin smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Xiao Qin faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the Blood Dragon Guard in the middle saw Xiao Qin's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash Blood Dragon Guards on both sides. Lead the way, I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself. Xiao Qin was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Xiao Qin say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the Blood Dragon Guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Xiao Qin's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Xiao Qin. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and Xiaochen quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the four of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's rage. What Xiaochen executed earlier was Firmament's rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Xiaochen actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 blood dragon guards with one palm strike. However, Xiaochen seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Xiaochen will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 inner palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Xiaochen's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 blood dragon guards brought Xiaochen to the blood dragon guards, they immediately reported Xiaochen's matter to their superiors. Xiaochen injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall and even attacked the blood dragon guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle-stage star venerate. This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hall master, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hall master had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the vice hall master heard about Xiaochen, he immediately took charge. Vice hall master Li did not go to see Xiaochen directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Xiaochen, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hall Master Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Xiaochen, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then, he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Xiaochen. After waiting for a long time, Xiaochen directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Master Li smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then, he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh! In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Xiaochen was. Boom! A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Xiaochen feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage will but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Xiaochen sized up the person who arrived and said seriously, "Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph. Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately, his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Xiaochen's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Xiaochen guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then, he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Xiaochen asked softly, "Why should I repent? I am not in the wrong. Furthermore." After pausing for a moment, Xiaochen released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then, he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom! The moment the dragon might from Xiaochen's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then, he guffawed, "Good. Good. Good." After saying "good" 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. Hee hee. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ha ha ha. If you had beaten up those 3 blood dragon guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiaochen remained calm. Although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined, this was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. Hee hee. If one day, you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Haha. Vice Hall Master Li spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiaochen the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiaochen as an outsider. That suits me. Ha ha ha. Good. It is decided, then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiaochen and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples, who had been showing off recently, received news of Xiaochen beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous. To think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiaochen, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qianyun received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qianyun's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiaochen beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiaochen sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qianyun's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. Yi Qianyun showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiaochen right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tianyun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiao Qin has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult firmament's rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tianyun personally brought this news. In that case, it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tianyun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, you understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then, this Xiao Qin called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tianyun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months, and I will definitely break through to middle stage Holy Venerate. Ignorant. What was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiao Qin is just a middle stage star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate's secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tianyun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiao Qin for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing, what you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early-stage Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow, I'll bring you to the sword's sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiao Qin to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiao Qin and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Masterly personally led Xiao Qin in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it. With the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Masterly leading the way, the manager of the mission hall personally received Xiao Qin in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiao Qin look through them, Vice Hall Masterly said indifferently. Vice Hall Masterly said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiao Qin, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Masterly gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiao Qin received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 Rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above Rank 1 were Transcendent Rank 1 and Absolute Rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiao Qian's gaze focused on the Rank 1 missions. Soon, he locked on to 4 Rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk Apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a Rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful, a total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few rank 7 missions. Xiaoqin made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? Humph. If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word, no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiaoqin did not give him any face at all. Xiaoqian's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiaoqin. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. Haha. That's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then, his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Dao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Dao expert appeared in Yunyang province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious, and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunyang province was the red dragon race's territory. Several red dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Dao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Dao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The third mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the blazing sun berserk ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast, after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the fourth mission, Vice Hall Masterly shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give one primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall Masterly frowned and said, "Brother Xiao Qin, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high. The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Xiao Qin. He smiled coldly in his heart. It is too late to be afraid now. Xiao Qin received the mission card calmly and smiled. It's fine. I have my own plans. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Qin would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way, he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Xiao Qin still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Xiao Qin felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. "Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The Heaven Class Core Disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brotherly." The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Xiao Qin could return alive was still a problem. To think that Xiao Qin still wanted to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Xiao Qin accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Xiao Qin held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Xiao Qin felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Dao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Dao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Xiao Qin's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Dao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Dao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Dao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Xiaochen's target this time was known as demonic venerate Mu Yun. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunyang province. In the Yunyang state, there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil's sovereign Mo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Xiaoqin. Their blood was drained, and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses, dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Xiaochen's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violet Flame Desert, Xiaochen looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the Divine Dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Xiaochen was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yun to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique or a ghost pennant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later. In the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them, there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Xiaochen could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic Venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic Venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic Venerate Mu Yun, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Mu Yun's head, the leader of the Red Dragon Clan cultivators said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Murong Yen, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there is no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon race core disciple, Yun Tianhe, said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Murong Yen did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon race core disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then, he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Chang Feng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Murong Yan's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission cards. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic chi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn! This is never-ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Now, even a mixed-blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Murong Yan's rage completely erupted. Boom! A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Murong Yan's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh! The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Murong Yan at the critical moment. City Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Murong Yan showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly, he was in a rage. City Changfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner, Murong Yan, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need, humph. The 2 of you, tell that mixed-blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Changfeng could finish speaking, Murong Yan snorted coldly and got the other 2 Red Dragon race core disciples to chase away Xiao Qin. Situ Changfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiao Qin. Situ Changfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Murong Yan did not give Situ Changfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Changfeng. When Murong Yan punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Changfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Murong. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe looked at the distant Xiao Qin and said indifferently to the young white dragon race girl. The two of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time. Chapter 1891. Xiao Qin had rushed all the way to the rendezvous point on the mission card. In order not to delay others, he had rushed at full speed. When Xiao Qin approached, he saw two people flying out of a distant sand dune, charging at him. Two people fought on the sand dune. Even from a distance, Xiao Qin could feel their horrifying auras. Before Xiao Qin could understand what was going on, two furious shouts rang out. Where did this mixed blood dragon come from? Scram! This is the matter of our Red Dragon Palace. It is not your mixed blood dragon palace's turn to make a move. If you still don't scram, we will make a move. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples unleashed their dragon might, pressing towards Xiao Qin. Rumble. Formless might and might immediately caused the surface of the violent flame desert to churn like waves. Xiao Qin's face sank. Just as the two dragon might approached, he landed firmly on the ground, and his dragon might surged out. Bang! Amid the loud rumbles, the surging desert dust suddenly exploded as the dragon might clashed with each other. It was like a sandstorm that soared into the sky. An enormous murderous cloud filled the air, traversing the heavens and covering the sun. You dare to retaliate. You are reckless. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples raged. Their holy venerate wills surged out, pressing down on Xiao Qin. Under the pressure of the two holy venerate wills, the desert for 5,000 kilometers around immediately exploded apart. Many cracks spread out for 500 kilometers, looking like a spiderweb. However, Xiao Qin had already turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed over. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. The thing he feared the most was clashing with the Holy Venerate Will. The pressure from the Holy Venerate Will would weaken his strength significantly. Even if Xiao Qin forcibly scattered the Holy Venerate Will, it would only last for a moment. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the Holy Venerate Will from suppressing him. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples were also hot-tempered. The moment they attacked, they immediately used their Holy Venerate Wills. When the two saw Xiao Qin dodge, they turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Red Dragon Palace core disciples. The two snorted coldly and attacked, sending out their fire Dao might. The two fire Dao might layered over each other and surged out, trying to force Xiao Qin out. Bang! Who knew, the lightning did not come out. Instead, a lightning dragon that was even more violent than the flames pierced through the Dao might and flew out. The two of them were shocked and hastily retreated. However, Xiao Qin's thunderous attack had already begun. The dragon tail covered in electric light swept out, filling the sky with yellow sand. The yellow sand in the violent flame desert looked like sparks. The sandstorm created by the dragon tail was like a flaming tornado. The two retreating red dragon race cultivators each sent out a punch, trying to block the force of the dragon tail. However, the two of them had still somewhat underestimated the strength contained in the dragon tail. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as they were violently knocked back, landing miserably on a sand dune. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the young white dragon revealed shocked expressions. The two of them were core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, yet they were knocked back. Boom! What a strong dragon aura! Following that, the roaring lightning dragon appeared in the two's vision. The berserk dragon might made the two's expressions grave as they raised their guard. Whoosh! Xiao Qin appeared and landed on a sand dune. Then, he looked at the two Red Dragon Palace core disciples. Xiao Qin raised his head and looked at Murong Yan and Situ Changfeng, who had stopped fighting in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Wang Lin. This person should be the one who gave the order. Xiao Chen's calm gaze instantly turned somewhat cold. Damn it! You mixed-blood dragon, how dare you injure me, boom! Wang Lin raged in the air. He had not expected his two junior brothers to suffer at the hands of a mixed-blood dragon, so he immediately wanted to make a move. However, Wang Lin did not expect Xiao Chen to take the initiative to charge at him after he determined his target. There was no time to think. After Xiao Chen charged over, he immediately attacked. His vital qi surged as he threw a punch. Wang Lin swallowed the words that he could not say with much difficulty. Then, he had to deal with Xiao Chen's attack. Bang! 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 The two figures in the air quickly clashed, losing their momentum in one move. Wang Lin continuously retreated. After 100 moves, he shouted and forced Xiao Chen back. Whoosh! Wang Lin landed on the ground and took 10 steps back. Sand and dust exploded in the surrounding desert, surging into the clouds like waves. The ground sank by more than 1 kilometer. After the two exchanged moves, the surroundings changed drastically. The two exchanged moves so quickly that the others could not react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to stop them. Now, the two separated after much difficulty. Situ Changfeng and Yun Tianhe attacked at the same time, blocking the two. This brother, although the Red Dragon Palace has offended you, we are in the same boat now. There is no need to get angry. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we fight, we will both end up injured. That will just benefit demonic venerate Mu Yun, Situ Changfeng advised softly as he appeared before Xiao Qin. Yun Tianhe stopped Wang Lin from continuing to attack. Then, he mocked coldly, Wang Lin, you are really incredible. I didn't see you kill demonic venerate Mu Yun, yet you are flaunting your prowess. Wang Lin smiled coldly and said, that is because I did not make a move. You cannot even deal with a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple, yet you want to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun. You sure talk big. Yun Tianhe retorted, not giving Wang Lin any face at all. Xiao Chen looked at Situ Changfeng. The other party should be a Blue Dragon Race Core disciple, as he gave off a peaceful aura of wind. The Blue Dragon race was good at dancing with the wind and clouds. They were also known as the Dragons of the Sky. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, two Red Dragon race disciples rushed over from behind and headed for Wang Lin. Senior brother, demonic venerate Mu Yun killed someone else. The two Red Dragon race disciples sent a voice projection. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to continue fighting, quickly leading the two away. Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe arrived beside Xiao Qin. When they sized up Xiao Qin, they felt shocked. A disciple from the Heaven Dragon Palace actually dared to attack Wang Lin. This was simply incredible. Let me make introductions. This is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe. This is the White Dragon Palace's Miss Qiu Xiuying. Situ Changfeng gave a simple introduction. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin responded and gave his name. Wang Lin should have obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's whereabouts. From the looks of it, he intends to act alone. From the looks of it, he intends to go alone, Yun Tianhe said indifferently as he looked in the direction Wang Lin left, his tone containing dissatisfaction. Let's go and take a look. We all have a share in this mission, Qiu Xiuying said softly. Qiu Xiuying said softly, and was the first to follow. Obviously, she did not want to miss this mission with rich rewards. Yun Tianhe followed close behind, not wanting to be too slow. Brother Xiao, do you want to go together? Situ Changfeng invited. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not someone we can easily deal with alone. Let's go, then. Xiao Chen did not overthink. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Whoosh! 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 4 hours later, Xiao Chen and Situ Changfeng sensed the dense aura of a demonic Dao cultivator. When they looked up, sinister winds filled the distant sky. All sorts of terrifying mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. There were raging flames soaring into the sky, wailing malicious spirits, and all sorts of ferocious beasts from hell. Quick, let's go. They are already fighting. Situ Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace. Xiao Chen followed unhurriedly. After a while, the two saw Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe watching from a tall sand dune. After the four gathered, they looked down and saw Murong Yan leading 2 Red Dragon Race Corps disciples in a huge battle with a black-robed, middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator showed disdain on his face as he held a ghost pennant with demonic dragons embroidered on it and fought with the 3. The black-robed cultivator should be that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Black smoke surrounded demonic venerate Mu Yun as he fought against 3 alone. He appeared to be in a sorry state, especially when facing Murong Yan's attacks. However, demonic venerate Mu Yun did not show any dismay or panic on his face. He just stared at the 3 with greed in his eyes. Ha! Holy venerates of the Red Dragon race, good timing. What I want is the blood of a holy venerate. Ha ha ha. Stay here and don't let any of you leave. Demonic venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand. A sinister wind blew, and the horrifying temperature of the violent flame desert immediately dropped. Murong Yan and the other 2 felt a chill and could not help shivering. This was a chill that came from the soul. Veritable essence energy could not block it. Die! Demonic venerate Mu Yun shouted, and a black demonic dragon head with a scarlet horn emerged from the ghost pennant. The demonic dragon's eyes glared, inspiring horror in the hearts of Murong Yan and the other 2. When the demonic dragon's head appeared, the terrifying demonic dragon's might forced back the 3's dragon might. Ha ha ha. Use your blood and souls as a sacrifice to my blood prison demonic dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. As the demonic dragon slowly emerged, its might grew increasingly terrifying. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky, turning pitch black. Roar! When the demonic dragon completely emerged, it roared ferociously. Murong Yan and the other 2 were no match for it, forced back by the demonic dragon's roar. What a terrifying demonic dragon! Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying could not help exclaiming. This demonic dragon refined using an evil technique was already much stronger than demonic venerate Mu Yun himself. Chapter 1892. The moment the blood prison demonic dragon appeared, Murong Yan's group immediately fell into a disadvantage. This demonic dragon's dragon might was extremely frightening. It was unknown how many experts' dragon souls it had absorbed to achieve such an effect. The strangest thing was the blood horn on the demon dragon's head. It was bright and glistening. It didn't match his black torso at all. Just looking at it would make people feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. They are all holy venerates with grade 5 divine dragon bloodlines. With the blood and souls of the 3 of you, my blood hell demonic dragon can be considered a success. I can leave this damned place now. The demon cloud venerate laughed maniacally. Occasionally, he made a move to harass Murong Yan and the other 2, making things even more difficult for them. Just the blood prison demonic dragon alone was already a headache to deal with. Blood prison demonic dragon. This person is a cultivator from one of the 10 great devil sects, the blood prison devil hole. He isn't a rogue cultivator. Situ Changfeng stared at the demonic dragon as a trace of worry flashed between his brows. This time, things were going to be troublesome. A good opportunity. This is the best opportunity to kill this demon cloud overlord. The eyes of Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying lit up. They could clearly tell that the blood prison demonic dragon was demonic venerate Mu Yun's greatest trump card. That demonic dragon's strength had far surpassed his own. It would definitely take a lot of effort to control it. So. The two did not hesitate to attack decisively, charging at that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop Xiao Qin but did not say anything in the end. He only looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Brother Xiao, I think this demonic venerate Mu Yun still has trump cards. If Brother Yun and Lady Qiu run into trouble later, I'll have to trouble you to save them." Xiao Qin could not help criticizing demonic venerate Mu Yun in his heart. These two were clearly greedy and rash, underestimating him. If there was any danger, he could not blame anyone else, so he had no obligation to help. However, since Situ Changfeng said so, Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I will do my best while ensuring my own safety. That's all I need to say." Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Wind and clouds gathered around him. In an instant, the gentle Situ Changfeng seemed to have become a completely different person. Looking disdainfully at the world, looking down on the world, wind and clouds rose together, and only I am supreme. With a furious bellow, he reached out and grabbed the blood prison demon dragon's neck. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, dragon seizing hand. Situ Changfeng, who was in the air, was incomparably insignificant compared to the blood prison demonic dragon. His aura expanded infinitely. Although his body was small, the entire world could become his body. With the sky as his will, with the clouds as his body, with the wind as his wings. Situ Changfeng's attack was boundlessly imposing. As the blood prison demonic dragon leaped high into the air, his attack struck. Standing on the dragon's back, he pressed down on the blood prison demon dragon's head and pinned it to the ground. Murong Yen and the other two quickly moved back, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. Wind God's silver wing palm. A pair of silver dragon wings suddenly appeared on Yuntianhe's back. As the dragon wings flapped, the silver light of the great path behind him immediately expanded until it covered the entire sky behind him. When Xiao Qin threw a palm strike, thousands of silver palm imprints carrying the rage of a strong wind flew towards demonic venerate Mu Yun. Sword light like leaves, falling leaves like ice. Ice falling leaves sword. Qiu Xiuying remained expressionless as she swung her sword. The sword intent filling the air froze into ice, turning into fallen leaves drifting in the air. A cold light as resplendent as a star appeared at the tip of Qiu Xiuying's sword as it headed for demonic venerate Mu Yun's chest. The two's auras flourished, and they attacked decisively, preparing to deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun in one strike. "Do you think that I did not discover you? Indeed, the Dragon's Gate's outer palace is filled with a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, then there is no need to leave. Great sun like blood." Demonic venerate Mu Yun had long been prepared to face the two's attacks. As he laughed maniacally, his skin suddenly ruptured, revealing a ferocious expression. Blood slowly flew out of demonic venerate Mu Yun's body drop by drop. Then, it gathered into a huge ball of blood encasing him. Whoosh! The ball of blood grew increasingly resplendent and intense, dazzling and piercing. The terrifying demonic might actually contained an aura that Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying were familiar with. The aura of their race. This is dragon blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded like the sun. Be it the thousands of palm imprints or the ice sword chi filling the air, they all shattered. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who sensed that something was wrong, retreated one step too late. The scarlet light knocked them back, severely injuring them. The scarlet light scattered, and demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. "You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. All of you, I will drain you of your blood and trample on your souls. I will make you suffer so much pain that you wish for death. Ha ha ha." Demonic Venerate Muyun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand, and many miniature demonic dragons came out of it. The might and aura of these demonic dragons were much weaker than that of the blood prison demonic dragon. However, there were many of them. A sinister wind blew behind Demonic Venerate Muyun, producing ghostly wails and wolf howls. More than 1,000 miniature demonic dragons flew out and surrounded Yuntianhe and Qiu Xiuying. The severely injured two could not catch their breath before they fell into the encirclement, overwhelmed. Damn it! Yuntianhe's face twisted in extreme rage. The dragon wings behind him flapped continuously, but he could not do anything. On the other side, Qiu Xiuying's situation was not much better. When Situ Changfeng, who had captured the blood prison demonic dragon, saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. After observing for a while, he quickly shouted, "Miss Qiu, Brother Yun, the two of you, quickly regroup. If the two of you work together and use your sword intent to open a path and strong winds to shock the enemy, you will definitely be able to escape." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were fighting on their own, startled to their senses. That was indeed the case, so they quickly did their best to regroup. "Just take care of yourself, you fool!" Demonic Venerate Muyun raged. Taking advantage of Situ Changfeng's distraction, the blood prison demonic dragon roared ferociously and struggled free. The blood prison demonic dragon raised its head and sword, ruthlessly flinging Situ Changfeng away. Roar! The scarlet dragon horn on the blood prison demonic dragon's head pierced towards the tumbling Situ Changfeng at lightning speed. Connected cloud steps. In the time it took for a spark to fly, flower-like clouds suddenly appeared under Situ Changfeng's feet, allowing him to move in the air. As Situ Changfeng floated around, he continuously attacked. Palm winds rumbled like thunder, shaking the surroundings and knocking back the blood prison demonic dragon. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, heaven-burning rage. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from below. Murong Yen, who had rested for a while, attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was instantly set ablaze. Blazing flames spread out for 1,000 miles, as if they were going to burn through the sky. Paw! The flames formed a huge palm in the sky and ruthlessly smashed the blood prison demonic dragon into the ground. Situ Changfeng took the opportunity to land. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Murong." After Situ Changfeng landed, he felt lucky. Others did not know about the danger from earlier. If he was pierced by the blood horn of the demonic dragon, he would immediately fall into an illusion. His soul would be without a place to rely on, and even a deity would not be able to save him. Murong Yen remained expressionless as he looked at the blazing blood prison demonic dragon, which was smashed to the ground by the colossal palm. He frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it was only a light wound. This demonic dragon was not made of flesh and blood, so the damage that the dragon flames could do to it was limited. "This won't do. We have to instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Situ, if the four of us activate our great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time, we won't be able to kill this blood prison demonic dragon. If I use my holy venerate will to suppress it, I can instantly kill this blood prison demonic dragon. Then, it will be easy to capture and kill that demonic venerate Muyun." Determination flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he said sullenly. "No. The only thing we can do now is to think about how to leave. We do not hold any advantage. Since this demonic venerate Muyun dared to come, he must have thought of a way to deal with the great desolate Ian bloodline." Situ Changfeng analyzed calmly, "Once we stake everything on this, there will be no way out. While the blood prison demonic dragon is injured, let's save Brother Yun and Miss Qiu and leave first. We are at a disadvantage not because we cannot defeat him. It is just that we know too little about demonic venerate Muyun. Next time, we will be prepared. We will be able to take him down easily." Humph. Murong Yen snorted coldly. "How did the Blue Dragon Palace produce a cowardly person like you? It is just death. Why should the people of my Red Dragon Palace fear death? Let's attack. Yes, senior brother. Boom. The 3 Red Dragon Palace core disciples suddenly burst out with terrifying dragon might. The Overlord-class bloodline from the ancient Great Desolate Aeon reappeared. The 3 burst out with a red light that rivaled the blazing sun. Their eyes looked like they were painted with a golden light. Damn demonic dragon. Suffer the rage of the Red Dragon race. Murong Yen roared, and his forehead swelled up. A terrifying holy venerate will, supported by the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, pressed down on the demonic dragon like it was solid. 3 overwhelming wills carrying an unparalleled dragon might instantly encase the blood-prisoned demonic dragon before ruthlessly pressing down. Fiery light spread out, and everything within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. 5,000 kilometers away, yellow sand surged like a tsunami in all directions, surging towards this place. Countless fireballs floated in the sky, swaying back and forth. Senior brother, the dragon might of that blood-prisoned demonic dragon is gone. The 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples exclaimed loudly, rejoicing when they sensed that extremely hateful demonic Dao dragon might vanish from their bodies. Good. Let's pursue this victory. Before the Great Desolate Aeon dragon might vanishes, we will deal with this demonic venerate and take revenge for our Red Dragon Palace brothers. Murong Yen shouted. Then, he led the 2 towards demonic venerate Mu Yun. Stupid, lowly dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun revealed a mocking smile. Then, he took out an evil talisman made of dragon blood and shot it over. After the dragon blood talisman landed, the blood-prisoned demonic dragon immediately burned with a large scarlet light, turning it into a scarlet sea. Malicious spirits filled the sea, making it look like hell. Roar! Waves surged, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon was reborn in blood. Not only did it recover from all its injuries, but it even recovered to its peak, even stronger. How can this be? Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples were greatly startled. Despair appeared in their golden eyes. Ha ha ha. I already said that none of you can leave today. You 3 little bugs, obediently lie down and die. As demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally, the reborn blood-prisoned demonic dragon gave off an even stronger dragon might. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of filthy corrosive flame, looking like it would swallow up the 3 stunned people. Sky, please protect my race. A golden light flashed in Situ Changfeng's eyes as he instantly came to life. Wind and clouds gathered around him as he held his hands in front, palms facing the sky. His veritable essence energy and soul energy drained continuously. A blue light burned in his palms. Vaguely, a strand of an ancestor dragon's dragon might traveled through time and space, coming from the distant past to hear a junior's call. 3 invisible palms instantly tossed Murong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples tens of thousands of meters into the sky, avoiding the fatal corrosive flame and leaving the battlefield. Damn it! 3 managed to escape. However, your bloodline alone is enough to deal with 3 of them, demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Just as demonic venerate Mu Yun was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he sensed an extremely weak killing chi. Then, he turned his head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Insignificant mixed blood dragon, I did not go and look for you, but you actually dared to come and overturn the sky, demonic venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Changfeng after executing his secret technique. Where is he? Demonic venerate Mu Yun suddenly discovered that Xiao Qin, whom he sensed earlier, had vanished. He could not help feeling bewildered. Die! Firmament's rage. It turned out that Xiao Qin had already turned into a lightning bolt and entered the clouds. Then, he descended from the sky and executed Firmament's rage. The fingers of the huge burning palm were like sabers. A boundless saber intent spread out from the palm. When the palm landed, it completely encased demonic venerate Mu Yun. Firmament's Rage. The firmament's rage that has already been cultivated to the second layer. Pleasant surprise flashed in the fatigued Situ Changfeng's eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Brother Xiaoqin. Chapter 1893. Xiaoqin found the right opportunity and struck like a bolt of lightning. It was effective in an instant. With one look, it was clear that this demonic Dao cultivator was good at controlling all sorts of demonic creatures. He had strong soul energy, but his physical defense was relatively weak. Furthermore, with Xiaoqian's firmament's rage, even with defensive Dao tools and secret techniques, Xiaoqian's firmament's rage would not be able to withstand it. Even if all of them were hit, it would be hard for him to escape death. Boom! As demonic venerate Mu Yun watched in despair, Xiaoqian's palm strike landed. The saber intent covering his palm instantly riddled his body with holes. The power of thunder exploded violently, and the giant palm fell with a loud rumble. His entire body was smashed into nothingness on the spot. Without a head, he could only gather the remnant souls around him as proof that he had completed the mission. However, when Xiaoqin landed on the ground and radiated his soul power, he frowned slightly. No. There wasn't a single remnant soul in the surroundings. It didn't seem like someone had died here. With Xiaoqian's current cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't find a single remnant soul when he spread out his soul power. There was only one possibility: demonic venerate Mu Yun was not dead yet. The one he killed was just a clone. The ghost streamer on the ground suddenly flew up, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon and many smaller demonic dragons quickly entered the ghost streamer. The ghost streamer moved as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light and fleeing far away. Boom! A sand dune in the distance exploded. Demonic venerate Mu Yun leaped out and landed on the ghost pennant, quickly fleeing into the distance. So. When Yun Tianhe and the white dragon maiden landed on the ground, they looked deeply at Xiaoqin with lingering fear. When Xiaoqin was trapped earlier, he had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he had received Situ Changfeng's guidance. Otherwise, not to mention escaping, he would not even be able to protect himself. Even when the five of them worked together, they could not defeat such a horrifying demonic venerate. Yet, the moment Xiaoqin appeared, he scared off demonic venerate Mu Yun. How could they not be shocked? Brother Xiaoqin, thank you for saving me. Situ Changfeng walked over tiredly and thanked him softly. Xiaoqin didn't feel good accepting this gratitude. He shook his head and said, "Not really. I'm just doing it for myself. Brother Situ, you don't have to be so polite. I still have to chase after this demonic venerate Mu Yun, so I'll take my leave first." Right after Xiaoqin spoke, he did not want to waste any more time. Without waiting for Situ Yu to reply, he quickly chased after demonic venerate Mu Yun. This fellow is truly abominable. He waited until we fought to the death with demonic venerate Mu Yun before making a move. Now that demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, he is ungrateful and immediately left. Seeing Xiaoqin leave, Yun Tianhe was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he was trapped. He also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. However, in his current state, he was incomparably weak. There was no way for him to forcefully chase after them. However, Xiaoqian's words were rather interesting. It was as if he had forgotten that he had watched Murong Yan and demonic venerate Mu Yun fight for a long time before deciding to make a move. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly and said, "These are all minor matters." However, although this demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, it is still very risky to give chase alone. Unfortunately, we still let him escape. If we had detained him earlier, we could have killed him, Qiu Xiuying said with some dissatisfaction as she looked into the distance. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to find it unfortunate. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not as strong as we imagined. It is just that we do not understand him well enough. The next time we meet him, we just need to recruit a cultivator good at archery and a beast controller. We can easily defeat him. Alternatively, we can recruit a dragon race cultivator good at mental attacks. One of them can defeat him. Where's demonic venerate Muyun? Just at this moment, Murong Yen and his two junior brothers, who had been sent out of the battlefield, rushed over anxiously. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying glanced at Murong Yen. However, they were not in the mood to bother with him. They closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Situ Changfeng went over and gave a rough account of what happened. It's that mixed-blood dragon again. Feeling upset, Murong Yen asked sullenly, which direction did he go? Situ Changfeng felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he pointed in the opposite direction. After him. Murong Yen did not hesitate to lead his two junior brothers in a mad dash, kicking up a trail of sand and dust. Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant Murong Yen. Then, he closed his eyes again and said indifferently, "Idiot." At this moment, Xiao Qin, who was chasing demonic venerate Mu Yun, stood on a sand dune. When Xiao Qin looked into the distance, he could no longer see demonic venerate Mu Yun's figure. There was not even a lingering aura. He truly lives up to being a demon venerate who dared to charge into the divine dragon empire alone. He really has many backup plans. Xiao Qin said faintly. He was also a little impressed in his heart. He was cunning enough, had many tricks up his sleeve, and handled matters cautiously. When he escaped, he did not forget to remove the aura he left behind. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the more it was so, the more Xiao Qin wanted to chase after it. The various signs showed that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was truly injured. The destruction of his clone had significantly affected his main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even if demonic venerate Mu Yun had set up a diversion, he would have left behind some clues to lure his pursuers. If Xiao Qin did not deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun while he was injured this time, he would be even harder to deal with next time. Xiao Qin took out the death god mask and put it on. Then, he closed his eyes and executed the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art with a thought. Whoosh! Demonic clouds filling the sky immediately gathered in the sky, continuously spreading out to the front. As the demonic clouds churned, they covered 500 kilometers in one breath. This was much faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. The demonic clouds in the sky were like Xiao Chen's eyes. Everywhere he passed, he could see everything clearly under the demonic clouds. It was even clearer than what one could see with the naked eye. Every grain of sand on the ground could be clearly distinguished. More importantly, these demonic clouds were extremely sensitive to the auras of demonic Dao cultivators. As long as Xiao Qin discovered one, he could immediately lock onto the target. As the demonic clouds spread out, the clouds gradually thinned, reducing the drain on veritable essence energy. Although Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy could not cover an entire great realm like the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, it was still incredibly dense. However, it could still cover millions of kilometers. Furthermore, Xiao Qin could consume primeval heavenly pills to replenish his drain at any time. Demonic venerate Mu Yun, who had already fled far away, sensed that there were no pursuers within 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, demonic venerate Mu Yun had completely erased his aura along the way. A holy venerate would not be able to discover any traces at all, unless it was a sovereign personage. However, based on the information that demonic venerate Mu Yun obtained, the Dragon's Gate had not raised the rank of the mission to absolute rank yet. That way, no sovereign personage experts would come, and demonic venerate Mu Yun could rest easy. Damn it! To think that a mixed-blood dragon spoiled my plans. Demonic venerate Mu Yun leaped out of the ghost pennant and cursed as he held the ghost pennant. As demonic venerate Mu Yun spoke, he could not help coughing a few times. The destruction of his demonic Dao clone had inflicted significant damage to his main body. Most importantly, his soul energy was damaged, preventing him from maintaining control over the thousands of small demonic dragons and the blood prison demonic dragon with a horrifying might. If demonic venerate Muyun persisted, when these demonic creatures saw that he was weakened, they would definitely attack him and destroy him. However, it does not matter. After some time, my blood prison demonic dragon will advance further, and it will be able to materialize in endless hell. At that time, even if a sovereign personage comes, I will not be afraid. When I return to the demon royal halls, my status will be even higher. Demonic venerate Muyun said seriously, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Suddenly, a demonic venerate Muyun looked up and was shocked to discover that demonic clouds had gathered above him at some point in time. Someone of the demonic Dao. Demonic venerate Muyun grasped the ghost pennant in his hand tightly with his right hand. His eyes showed uncertainty as he raised his guard. Whoosh! Xiao Qin, who was far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the demonic clouds that gathered above demonic venerate Muyun in the sky. Might I ask which expert you are? Since we are on the same path, why not show yourself? Demonic venerate Muyun asked somewhat nervously, praying that the person who came was not too strong. No one answered him. The pair of eyes that appeared in the demonic clouds glanced at him before vanishing silently. Whoosh! Xiao Qin turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the demonic clouds. His speed immediately increased by more than 100 times. In merely one breath, he rushed over. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds and struck a sand dune. Then, Xiao Qin appeared on the sand dune and looked coldly at demonic venerate Muyun. Demonic clouds gathered from all directions, churning like the tide. The demonic clouds became thinner and thicker. The demonic might in the sky slowly strengthened. Under the demonic might, the air turned viscous, no wind could move it. I am the blood prison demonic palace's demonic venerate Muyun. Why are you here? If it is for the dragon blood, I can give you half of what I have. Xiao Qin, who wore the death god mask, had his aura isolated. Demonic venerate Muyun could not see through Xiao Qin at all. He only found Xiao Qin mysterious and unfathomable. His expression immediately turned extremely grave. That mask looked exquisite. There were 2 rows of mysterious scriptures on the white mask. With one glance, one found it strange and felt fear in one's heart. If one continued to look, one would feel fear in one's heart, not daring to continue looking. Sir, don't be too greedy. Half of the dragon blood is already my greatest concession. Demonic venerate Muyun snorted coldly, and the ghost pennant in his hand fell heavily. An overwhelming demonic might surged out from his body. I don't want your dragon blood. What do you want? I can give you whatever I can. Everything is negotiable. I'll kill you. When demonic venerate Muyun heard that, he immediately became enraged. He waved the ghost pennant in his hand and said, "This old man has been enduring for so long. You really think that I am easy to bully? Die!" The blood prison demonic dragon darted out of the banner like a bolt of lightning, carrying an even stronger demonic dragon might as it swept towards Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin sensed the vast demonic clouds in the sky, he could look down on the surroundings without moving. It was a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. Looking at the charging blood prison demonic dragon, Xiao Qin sneered. The Qiong-Qi ghost streamer appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, Qiong-Qi, a prehistoric fierce beast, flew out. Soul Tool. Demonic venerate Muyun was startled. In his fluster, he tried to summon back the blood prison demonic dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The blood prison demonic dragon instantly clashed with the great desolate Ian Qiong-Qi in the air. After clashing for a while, the ferocious beast tore the blood-prisoned demonic dragon into pieces. Demonic venerate Mu Yun screamed in pain. His complexion paled, devoid of blood. "Withdraw!" Xiaochen shouted, not wanting to overuse this Cheong Qi ghost streamer. The ferocious beast roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings before reluctantly returning to the banner. Bang! The ferocious beast's roar directly knocked demonic venerate Mu Yun into the air. When demonic venerate Mu Yun landed on the ground, he secretly held a talisman and silently circulated his secret art, making one last gamble. However, his face still showed horror and despair. "As long as this person comes over, I can instantly reverse the situation. I still have a chance. I still have a chance." Whoosh! Clearly, this was just demonic venerate Mu Yun's wishful thinking. Then, Xiaochen took out the god's shadow bow and used the last of his soul energy to shoot an arrow. The instant Xiaochen let go, the arrow stabbed into demonic venerate Mu Yun's chest, bringing him back to life. Demonic venerate Mu Yun's meridians shattered, and his soul scattered. His life force drained in that instant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he removed his mask. Then, he looked at demonic venerate Mu Yun expressionlessly. However, he still did not approach. After Xiao Chen verified that demonic venerate Mu Yun was truly dead, he walked over and took a look. Then, he swung his saber and chopped off demonic venerate Mu Yun's head. Xiao Chen successfully completed the first mission. Chapter 1894. Xiao Chen took the head and destroyed the ghost pennant. After using 2 soul tools in a row, Xiao Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had only brought out a small portion of the soul tool's might, he had drained Xiao Chen's soul energy. However, this also drained his soul energy. His mind was fatigued, and his complexion paled. Actually, Xiao Chen could have killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun without using a soul tool. After all, this person was already severely injured in the first place and had drained a lot of his soul energy. However, it would be hard to avoid spending more time, and there might be some variables. After putting away this person's storage ring, Xiao Chen returned the way he came, not rushing or slowing down. Then, he recuperated and recuperated. Xiao Chen recovered his exhausted soul energy and dealt with uncontrollable accidents. 1 hour later, Murong Yen rushed back with his 2 junior brothers. He said angrily, "Damn it. This demonic venerate Mu Yun ran too far away. There are no traces of him at all." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying slowly stood up. They knew what was going on, but they showed no intention of explaining anything to Murong Yen. Yun Tianhe looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Changfeng, what do you think of Xiao Chen's chances of catching up to demonic venerate Mu Yun and killing him after that?" If Xiao Chen dealt with demonic venerate Mu Yun, there would be no need for them to continue wasting time here. Facing the red dragon race displeased him. If someone snatched away the mission, Xiao Chen would immediately leave this place and go as far as he could. Qiu Xiuying also looked at Situ Changfeng, waiting for his answer. Situ Changfeng entered deep thought. Then, he said, if he can catch up, he should have an 80% chance of killing demonic venerate Mu Yun. Demonic venerate Mu Yun has drained a lot of his soul energy and is severely injured. If he does not have any trump cards, only death awaits him. After all, he is facing someone who successfully cultivated Firmament's rage. However, whether or not we can catch up to him is a question. Since this person left behind a demonic path avatar as a backup, it's impossible. Since this person left behind a demonic Dao clone as a backup, he must have thought about how to escape after the clone was destroyed. Murong Yen nodded at the side and said seriously, "That's right. He did not leave behind any aura at all. I even used the Sex Dao tool for tracking demonic qi. In the end, I did not find any clues at all. That Xiao Chen will not be able to find him either. Violent Flame Desert is boundless." Yun Tianhe and the white dragon girl had weird expressions on their faces, but they still didn't say anything. What's with your expressions? Did I say anything wrong? Murong Yan demanded angrily when he saw Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying's strange expressions. Situ Changfeng quickly smoothed things over. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it this way, then. Let's go first. We can't just wait here for Xiaoqin. Leave a jade slip and tell him where we're going to stay. When he comes back, he can meet up with us." Murong Yan said disdainfully, "The next time we meet this demonic venerate Mu Yun, we will need the help of a mixed-blood dragon. I already have a countermeasure." "I'm afraid your countermeasure is useless." A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds in the sky. Then, Xiaoqin revealed himself and slowly walked over. "I already killed demonic venerate Mu Yun." Astonishment flashed in Yun Tianhe's and the white dragon maiden's eyes. This development startled Murong Yan. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. My senior brother and I searched 500,000 kilometers to the northwest and did not find the aura that demonic venerate Mu Yun left behind. How could you have found him?" "Northwest?" Xiaoqin revealed a doubtful expression. He glanced at Situ Changfeng and roughly understood the reason. Then, he took out demonic venerate Mu Yun's head and said, "His head is here. Do you still not believe me?" "Senior brother, it really is demonic venerate Mu Yun's head." The two red dragon cultivators could not help exclaiming when they saw it clearly. Murong Yan immediately felt extremely upset. To think that a mixed-blood dragon, whom he looked down on the most, killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in his own territory. This was simply a slap to his face. Murong Yan simply could not accept this. His rage surged up and down. "Senior brother, in any case, you took revenge for our red dragon brothers. In the future, this violent flame desert will be safe." "In the end, this is a good thing," the other person tried to console Murong Yan. Demonic venerate Mu Yun had killed hundreds of red dragon disciples. The red dragon race already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. If the red dragon race could not complete the mission, they would send out their own elders to complete it. However, the elders in the sect were all sovereign personages. They were very useful and could not be easily mobilized. Naturally, it would be best if the elders could not be mobilized. Murong Yan calmed down for a while before he regained his composure. Then, he gave Xiaoqin a deep look. "Consider this my red dragon race's thanks to you. This old man has not thanked a mixed-blood dragon before. You should feel honored." Murong Yan took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiaoqin. Then, he turned around and led his two junior brothers away. Xiaoqin gently grasped the jade bottle and opened it. It was filled with primeval heavenly pills, about 3,000 of them. If it were in the past, Murong Yan's words would have upset Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin would not have let him leave so easily. Now, it did not matter. Xiaoqin could tell that this Murong Yan's intelligence was somewhat lacking. There was no need to lower himself to his level. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao," Situ Changfeng said with a cupped fist salute as he walked over. Although Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe were reluctant, they still came over to congratulate Xiaoqin. "You are too polite. Although I killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun by myself, I would not have been able to kill him so easily without the help of the three of you. Hence, I did not complete this mission alone. The reward is a total of 10,000 primeval heavenly pills." Xiaoqian's words stunned Situ Changfeng and the other two. After a pause, Xiaoqin continued, "Originally, I only wanted 5,000 primeval heavenly pills and split the rest evenly among the three of you. However, since Murong Yan left, I will keep 7,000. Of the 3,000 primeval heavenly pills, each of you will get 1,000. As Xiaoqin spoke, he took out the primeval heavenly pills he had and distributed them to the three. Primeval heavenly pills were good stuff. Although the core disciples of the other outer palaces had high stipends, receiving at least 2,000 primeval heavenly pills a month or 3 or 4,000 at most, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. However, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. They all accepted the primeval heavenly pills with smiles. This is the first time I feel somewhat guilty. Situ Changfeng smiled but still accepted the primeval heavenly pills. There was no need to be overly pretentious at this moment. Goodbye. Xiao Qin acted decisively. He still had 3 major missions to attend to and could not delay for too long. After dealing with the demonic venerate mission, he had to rush to the next one. As Situ Changfeng watched Xiao Qin leave, he sighed, he left in such a rush. I still wanted to chat with him along the way. However, I do not have a chance to do so. Ha! Could it be that you want to befriend him? Although this person is pretty good, he is still a mixed blood dragon in the end. He will not amount to much. There is no need to waste time on him. Yun Tianhe smiled faintly. Although he did not show his disdain on his face like Murong Yan did when facing a mixed blood dragon, the pride on his face remained. After saying that, Yun Tianhe took his leave. Qiu Xiuying and Situ Changfeng said their goodbyes and quickly followed Yun Tianhe. Mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons, mixed blood dragons are the most common in the empire. Was the Black Dragon King's lesson not enough? Situ Changfeng smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Back then, when the Black Dragon King waved his hand, most of the mixed blood dragons in the Divine Dragon Empire followed him, going on an expedition to the abyssal underworld. When the Black Dragon King became the prime of the underworld monarch, he nearly destroyed the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, that period of history was too distant. The Divine Dragon descendants of the current empire had already forgotten it. Thinking of the Black Dragon King, Situ Changfeng suddenly felt excited, comparing Xiao Qin to the Black Dragon King. In the future, if this Xiao Qin waved his hand and called for help, how many mixed blood dragons would follow him? Situ Changfeng also felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. Situ Changfeng leaped into the air, using the sky as his will, the wind as his wings, and the clouds as his body. Then, he turned into a dragon in the sky and soared far away. Soon, he overtook Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were still in a daze, in the clouds in the sky. Blazing Sun Valley, this was one of the famous danger lands of the Divine Dragon Empire, located in Blazing Sun County. This Blazing Sun County was the territory of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Xiao Qin used the transportation formations between the counties and the Light of Freedom to travel in the clouds. After 7 days, he arrived at this place. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. Many of them had overlord-class bloodlines and were known to be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun berserk ape that Xiao Qin wanted to kill was not an overlord-class ferocious beast. However, it was still very difficult to deal with. It was a middle-stage holy venerate. Normally, it would be unrivaled among middle-stage holy venerates in pairs. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that this Blazing Sun berserk ape had a berserk bloodline. After it entered a berserk state, it could burst out with the strength of a late-stage holy venerate. This mission could only be accomplished with intelligence, not brute force. The only good news was that ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts, after all. Unless they were like the six-tailed heavenly fox, they were much less intelligent than humans. As long as one was not stupid, one would be able to think of a way to deal with them. 3 days later, Xiao Qin found the aura of a Blazing Sun berserk ape in the perilous Blazing Sun Valley. However, what surprised Xiao Qin was that someone had already started fighting with the Blazing Sun berserk ape. Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it. This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape possessed a berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable and could be refined into a medicinal pill with a berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Xiaoqin. Just think about it. It could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Xiaoqin silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then, he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Xiaoqin saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. That person fought two Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon chi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early-stage holy venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage holy venerates that Xiaoqin had seen before. The six-colored divine dragons, the golden dragon race. Xiaoqin muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the six-colored divine dragons. The current dragon emperor, who was also the Dragon's Gate's master, was the current dragon emperor. The Golden Dragon Emperor held supreme authority in the Divine Dragon Empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the Golden Dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of Dragon Emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the two Blazing Sun Berserk Apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage holy venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Xiaoqin squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, it was also an inherited Dao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Daoists. This, Xiaoqin felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Dao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Xiaoqin could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Dao tools, he could use them casually. As a holy venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Dao tools. With so many inherited Dao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was covered in long, fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Dao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Xiaoqin thought to himself, thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less, only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiaoqin, this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiaoqin did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiaoqin could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For example, Xiaoqian had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate. Xiaoqian shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun berserk apes. For hours after Xiaoqian left, the two Blazing Sun berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Xiaoqian could not clash head-on with the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The two berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the Blazing Sun berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robes seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Ka-xie! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the two Blazing Sun berserk apes into the air. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured Blazing Sun berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die, then. The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. The life force of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The Blazing Sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these berserk Blazing Sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then, 5 Dao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then, he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying Blazing Sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining Blazing Sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Xiaoqian's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Xiaoqian had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Xiaoqian was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Xiaoqin. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Xiaoqin finally found an opportunity. The two blazing sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Xiaoqin had found came. One of the blazing sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Xiaoqin attacked head-on, the other blazing sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiaoqin took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the blazing sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That blazing sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other blazing sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiaoqin leaped around the mountain, luring this blazing sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this blazing sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiaoqin arrived before the blazing sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This blazing sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiaoqin suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the two blazing sun berserk apes widened. As Xiaoqin dealt with the blazing sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the blazing sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiaoqin had been observing the actions of these two blazing sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. 4 hours later, Xiaoqin stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the blazing sun berserk ape chasing after him. That blazing sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the blazing sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's Rage. The blazing sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The blazing sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the blazing sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the blazing sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The blazing sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiaoqin, and a terrifying ferocious might pressed down on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might, vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's Rage was too mighty. The moment Xiaoqin attacked, it injured the blazing sun berserk ape, making it feel threatened. If the blazing sun berserk ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Xiaoqin. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the blazing sun berserk ape went berserk, Xiaoqin was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Xiaochen turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape swatted at Xiaochen like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Xiaochen. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Xiaochen felt the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with a boundless dragon might of thunder. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Xiaochen landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then, he looked coldly at this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Murong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Murong Yen was actually very similar to this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. Just as Xiaochen prepared to deliver the final strike with the tyrant saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. Ha! Not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed-blood dragons. Step back, then. I want this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. I, Qin Outyan, owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. Chapter 1896. Qin Outyan. Xiaochen turned around and saw that it was the Golden Dragon race cultivator that he noticed a few days ago. Based on this person's tone, this person seemed to have a great background in the Golden Dragon Palace and was rather famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. It seemed like as long as this person reported his name, many things could be easily resolved. Based on this person's attire and inherited Dao tools, this person clearly had the confidence to say such words. If it was someone else, they would be treated as an idiot if they said such a thing. This person spoke very logically, as if this was how it should be. Since I reported my name, you have to do as I say. I owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me. However, Xiaochen had not heard of this person before. In reality, he did not know many people in the Divine Dragon Empire either. Xiaochen was more concerned about something else. This person had stayed by his side for such a long time without making a single sound. This person should have planned this and observed him for a long time. For him to not notice him, he was indeed strong. However, this had to do with Xiaochen's focus on the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. After all, after that Blazing Sun Berserk Ape went berserk, it could severely injure him with a casual strike. Xiaochen could not afford to be distracted. What's wrong? Are you not willing? Qin Outyan frowned, appearing dissatisfied. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "This mission is worth 8,000 primeval heavenly pills in the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not know the price of failure. If you give me 8,000 primeval heavenly pills and personally write that you will bear the price of failure for me, I can give it to you." After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen felt that he was rather sincere. After all, he did not need this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. As long as the other party could satisfy his conditions, he would not mind giving it to the other party. You want to negotiate with me? Rage flared in Qin Outyan's eyes. 5 Dao discs of different colors appeared behind him. Layered Dao might spread out in the world. While Qin Outyan was in a daze, there seemed to be a vast nation behind him, raising his aura to an untouchable height. Even though they were at eye level, it gave off the illusion that they had to look up to him. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, naturally. How can I give you the blazing sun berserk ape's beast core if I do not negotiate a good condition? I won't take advantage of you, but I will at least make up for my losses. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This young master already said that I owe you a favor, yet you're still trying to bargain with me. When Qin Aoyan saw that Xiao Chen was unwilling to hand over the beast core, he immediately flew into a rage. Scram! When Xiao Chen punched, a five-colored fist wind containing the great Tao energies of ice, fire, lightning, strong wind, holy light, and many other great Tao descended on him. When Xiao Chen saw this, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. It was all superficial knowledge. It looked like a grand display of power, but in reality, there was not a single specialization. Against ordinary people or ferocious beasts, its power was truly boundless. However, to anyone who had reached small perfection in great Tao energy, even if that Xiao Jinyu were here, they would be able to easily deal with this attack. As for Xiao Chen, it was even easier. Xiao Chen held the tyrant saber with both hands as it landed quietly in front of him, touching the ground with its scabbard. As Xiao Chen watched the gale of gale descend, his expression fluctuated endlessly. When the densely packed gale of fish lights containing all sorts of great Tao energy landed, Xiao Chen's saber intent erupted. Strands of saber chi appeared out of nowhere and shot out of his physical body. Dang! 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 The saber chi scattered the thousands of gale of fish lights, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. More accurately, the attacks did not even get within 100 meters of him. An azure-colored Tao disc flickered behind Xiao Chen. It was as calm and peaceful as the wind, just like Xiao Chen's calm heart. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and unruffled. Young Master Qin, don't push things too far. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked at Qin Aoyan. Qin Aoyan felt enraged. The scene before him, combined with Xiao Chen's words, was clearly threatening him. You mixed-blood dragon, to think that you dare to threaten me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Dragon fished, boundless sovereign grace. The golden dragon chi circling Qin Aoyan merged into one strand and soared into the clouds, turning into Emperor's might filling the sky and hanging there. When Qin Aoyan moved, he punched. A punch filled with Emperor's might tyrannically headed for Xiao Chen. The vast divine dragon empire seemed to turn into a huge ship that supported the heavens. This punch activated the precise gears of the empire's huge ship. Cassier. Cassier. The fist wind caused the words, Empire, to roll out. This person is a direct descendant of the Golden Dragon race's Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. In other words, this person was like a prince or king of a dynasty with the royal bloodline. Is he the dragon god crown prince? That can't be. If the dragon god crown prince were so exaggerated, then the divine dragon empire would no longer be ruled by the golden dragon race. Or perhaps, everyone in the golden dragon race can use the empire's dragon might. That is possible. After all, the golden dragon race is of the same bloodline. As long as one has the golden dragon bloodline, one would more or less have some connection to the dragon emperor. However, no matter who you are, since you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, don't pester me endlessly. Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. If someone came to bully him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Firmament's rage. When Xiao Chen saw the vast empire surging towards him, he did not even think before executing Firmament's rage. Boom! An ancient dragon might from the great desolate Aeon tore through the clouds and the sky like the rage of heaven. The rage from a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon immediately surged in Xiao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. Xiao Chen vented this boundless rage to his heart's content. A huge burning palm covered half the sky as Xiao Chen threw a palm strike. Rumble. The huge palm immediately shattered the formless empire. The saber chi from the 5 fingers tore the shattered empire into pieces. Then, the lightning that followed quickly blasted the pieces into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the vague divine dragon empire with the boundless dragon might vanished. This flabbergasted Qin Aodian, flabbergasted and flabbergasted. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time with Qin Aodian, Xiaochen soared into the air and drew his tyrant saber. A startling saber intent tore through the sky. Knowing that the dragon robes Qin Aodian wore were an inherited Dao tool, Xiaochen directly used his strongest saber move, resolving the mundane. Xiaochen needed to end the battle with one saber strike and leave. Resolving the mundane, cutting off the 6 desires. Only I am eternal. The emotions of the mundane world immediately vanished from Xiaochen's face. Xiaochen's stern face was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not cold, but it chilled one's heart to the extreme. When the eternal saber light landed, it shattered the other party's dragon-patterned shield in one breath. However, to Xiaochen's surprise, a force quickly rebounded. Very quickly, a force bounced back. It was his enlightenment heart. Boom! The impact knocked Xiaochen back, causing him to vomit blood. When he landed on the ground, he knelt on one knee. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. A mixed-blood dragon is indeed a mixed-blood dragon. You have not even heard of the dragon-patterned battle suit that I am wearing. How pitiful. Qin Aodian flew back 50 kilometers, but he was not injured at all. Mockery flashed on his face, his eyes filled with the pride and pity of an expert. Xiaochen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a smile. However, this smile made Qin Aodian feel flustered for some reason. Still not scramming. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Aodian did not want to be long-winded. This punch was incredibly fast, descending from the sky like an emperor descending, carrying a supreme dragon might. Qin Aodian suddenly appeared above Xiaochen's head. A vast dragon might sealed off the surroundings, causing space to ripple and hindering Xiaochen's movement technique. This punch contained Qin Aodian's holy venerate will. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast. If Xiaochen got struck, he would be in an even worse situation. However, while Qin Aodian was fast, Xiaochen was faster. The instant Qin Aodian punched, Xiaochen turned into a flash of lightning and landed on a distant mountain summit. Boom! Qin Aodian's punch missed, only leaving a city-sized pit in the ground. Even the dust turned to dust. Qin Aodian stood up and looked at Xiaochen, who was on the distant mountain summit. Then, he said coldly, I have the dragon-patterned battle suit. It is impossible for you to break my defense. You have no chance of victory. If you leave now, I will take it as nothing happened. Is that so? Xiaochen took out the Soul Slayer bow and aimed it at Qin Aodian. Is it useful? Qin Aodian's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. This dragon-patterned battle suit had another set of formations to deal with long-range attacks. He did not fear it at all. A strand of heart flame ignited, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, instantly striking Qin Aodian. Bang! Blood leaked out of Qin Aodian's lips as he looked at the arrow that pierced through the barrier and stabbed into his chest. Then, he revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! 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 Before the old man could understand what was going on, Xiaochen shot out arrows like rain. In an instant, the old man was riddled with arrows, looking like a hornet's nest. The heart flame, a simplified version of heart force, completely ignored the dragon-patterned battle suit's defense. This completely surpassed Qin Aodian's understanding. Qin Aodian was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Earlier, he had been arrogant and despotic, but now, he lost his temper. Qin Aodian's internal organs were all injured. A sapphire ring on his finger gave off a gentle light as it helped him recover from his injuries. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Xiaoqin appeared and landed in front of Qin Aoyan. You! Qin Aoyan pointed at Xiaoqin. Before he could say another word, Xiaoqin kicked him into the air. Then, Xiaoqin flew forward and pulled out the arrows on Qin Aoyan's body one by one. Every time Xiaoqin pulled out an arrow, Qin Aoyan would scream like a dying pig in pain. However, Xiaoqin turned a deaf ear to it. He only stopped after retrieving all the arrows. I have indeed never seen this dragon pattern battle suit before. I'll take it back and study it properly. Thank you, then. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoqin removed the flickering golden battle suit on Qin Aoyan's body and put it in his storage ring. Shameless fellow! This is the battle suit that my big brother gave me. I, Qin Aoyan, will definitely not let you off. I swear it. Qin Aoyan roared in pain as he pointed at Xiaoqin, his arms trembling. Xiaoqin looked at Qin Aoyan, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then, he shook his head slightly. Just be a young master at home. Why go out and take risks? Don't you know that this world is very dangerous? Fortunately, Xiaoqin ran into Xiaoqin. Pity flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. Then, he punched Qin Aoyan's face heavily, pulverizing his handsome facial features. Qin Aoyan fainted from the pain, and the world became peaceful. After removing the spiritual mark in the dragon pattern battle suit and leaving his own mark, Xiaoqin revealed a satisfied smile. This dragon pattern battle suit was indeed pretty good. It was worth studying. Chapter 1897. After putting away the dragon pattern battle suit, Xiaoqin took away the blazing sun berserk ape's beast core. Then, he collected all the valuable parts of the blazing sun berserk ape. It's time to leave. Although Xiaoqin had spent some time and encountered some mishaps, he had successfully completed the mission. Now, there were only 2 missions left. One was to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and the other was to enter the underground world to help the Dragon's Gate snatch back its lost resource points. Of the 2 missions, there was no need to think too much. It would be better to complete the first one first. The underground world was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. The 4 dynasties and 8 great empires all interacted with it. The waters were very deep. Holy venerates were nothing in there. Sometimes, startling battles would erupt. Even divine vein powerhouses would appear. However, since the mission given by the sect was a rank 1 mission, it should not exceed the limits of a holy venerate. There were still some guarantees. If it exceeded that, it would definitely be a peerless rank 1 mission. However, the Underground World mission was specially marked as a peak rank 1 mission. It was extremely dangerous and recommended 3 people to complete it. 1 hour after Xiaoqin left, 2 old men suddenly appeared where he was. The 2 old men's cultivations were extremely horrifying. Although they were not sovereign personages yet, they were still very strong. Although they were not sovereign personages, their auras already reached the limits of late-stage holy venerate. Their gazes were sharp, and their dragon might was strong. Whoosh! The 2 old men arrived beside Qin Aoyan. When they took a look, they were stupefied. Qin Aoyan's handsome face now looked like shit. If not for the 2 old men following Qin Aoyan for a long time, they would not have recognized him. Who did this? This is too ruthless. Stop talking. Quickly reassemble young master's bones. Otherwise, if he sees his current state, he will probably feel like dying. However, this difficulty is simply too high. Even if we reassemble it, it will be difficult for it to return to its original state. I really don't know where to start. The 2 old men sighed. However, after checking, they found that although Qin Outyan was severely injured, they were not fatal. Qin Outyan could recover quickly with some good medicinal pills. Of the inherited Dao tools on him, only the dragon pattern battle suit was missing. He still had all 5 rings. However, the missing dragon pattern battle suit was the most valuable of all the inherited Dao tools. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the young master? That dragon pattern battle suit has been passed down in the Qin family for several generations. Now that it's gone, we're in big trouble. It's fine. Eldest young master has always been impartial. This time, it was young master who insisted on not letting us go in. I believe that eldest young master will not blame us. I hope so. Xiaochen didn't know about this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't regret what he had done. The 18 bandits of the demon Cloud Mountain. The demonic Cloud Mountain was not a mountain, but it was indeed a mountain. This sounded contradictory, but it was true. The demonic Cloud Mountain was a legacy Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a rather impressive legacy Dao artifact. As long as Xiaochen had sufficient resources, he would be able to refine it into a soul tool in the future. There were many capable people among the 18 great bandits. Some were good at formations, some were good at alchemy, some were good at divination, and some were good at smithing. There were experts in every field. Because of this, they were able to divine good or bad fortune and turn misfortune into fortune every time. The 18 great bandits could divine whether a sovereign personage expert would come to kill them. If there was, they would immediately flee. The demonic Cloud Mountain entered the starry heavens, hidden in the boundless universe. It was boundlessly vast, making it impossible to find. The Dragon's Gate had been keeping an eye on this group of great bandits for many years. However, it could not do anything to them. If the Dragon's Gate sent a strong person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would flee in advance. If the Dragon's Gate sent a weak person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would end up being killed. If the Dragon's Gate sent a divine vein expert to prevent the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits from making a divination, it would be overkill. Divine vein powerhouses disdained making a move on these holy venerates. This gave the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon a headache. The mission to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits had been pending for many years, but it had never been completed. The reward was very high, a total of 13,000 primeval heavenly pills, nearly equal to a core disciple's annual stipend. Xiaochen used the Dragon's Gate's strong intelligence network throughout the empire to find out news of the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits. Then, he quickly rushed over. Divine Dragon Empire, Smoky Cloud County. There was a very conspicuous mountain peak hidden in the Smoky Cloud Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Smoky Cloud County. However, this Smoky Cloud Mountain Range spanned from north to south. It was simply too vast. No one would notice the strangeness of a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, the clouds around it were pitch black and surging with demonic chi. This mountain peak, which was not much different from an ordinary mountain peak, was the infamous demonic Cloud Mountain. A white-clad youth sat on a mountain summit in the distance. He had a treasured saber at his waist, and he had a delicate face. Clouds and mist surrounded him, giving him the air of someone from ancient times. When the clouds and mist on the peak of the mountain dispersed, he noticed to his surprise that the white-clothed young man was sitting on a blood-red bird. This large scarlet bird had a sharp gaze, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its scarlet feathers were bright and glistening. Its body stood tall, and the golden line in its tail feathers looked exceptionally eye-catching. Naturally, the white-clad bladesman was Xiaochen. That large scarlet bird was the awakened demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture consumed the scarlet blood beast pill and turned into a scarlet cocoon for several months. This breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Not only did the demon blood vulture advance to holy venerate, but its mutated bloodline also improved. The demon blood vulture's demonic might became even stronger. It awakened some of the incomplete memories hidden in its bloodline and grasped many new skills. Its strength was no longer the same as before. 3 to 5 regular holy venerates would not be sufficient before it. Demonic Cloud Mountain. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked at the distant mountain peak. The Dragon's Gate's information on the demonic Cloud Mountain had always been rather accurate. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could destroy it or not was another matter. If Xiao Chen were a sovereign personage now, then the demonic Cloud Mountain before Xiao Chen would definitely vanish in advance, not letting Xiao Chen discover it. There were divination experts among the 18 great bandits. They could divine some crucial clues in advance, allowing them to roam freely for so many years. This showed that the divination experts were rather skilled. Master, when are we going to kill our way over? I'm dying of thirst. The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, sounding impatient. There's no rush. Let me prepare for a while. Xiao Chen stabbed his saber into the ground and took out the god's shadow bow. Then, he slowly stroked it. This soul tool was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. Honestly speaking, it would be difficult for Xiao Chen to deal with these 18 infamous great bandits with his own strength. If he was not careful, he might end up dying. If Xiao Chen focused on fleeing, he would not be afraid of the 18 great bandits catching up. However, the mission required him to kill these 18 great bandits. Inside the demonic Cloud Mountain, this was a mysterious black space. That pitch-black space was empty, nothing could be seen. It seemed infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, a clump of light appeared in the pitch-black space. Boundless stars appeared in the ceiling, looking boundless and vast. Ninth brother, are you done divining yet? Are there really no sovereign personages targeting us this time? A vague voice came from that clump of light in the pitch-black space. I have divined 3 times. There is indeed no one. However, it is too hard to divine who is coming. However, I am certain that it is not a sovereign personage. Another clump of light appeared in the mysterious space, replying to the person who spoke earlier. Hee hee. It's good that there are no sovereign personages. Without a sovereign personage around, our demonic Cloud Mountain is sufficient to sweep through the place. No matter how many holy venerates come, it will be useless. Ha ha ha. I hope that it is a heaven-class core disciple of one of the outer palaces who comes. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces are all very fat. Heaven-class core disciples probably have life-saving means. They are not that easy to kill. This old man hopes that there will be more holy venerates. That way, they will think that they can break through the demonic Cloud Mountain with numbers. Hee hee. First brother, what should we target this time? The Smoke Cloud County's Mo clan is an average-sized clan. I just received news that their clan's sovereign personage has passed away. The sovereign personage of their clan already passed away. There is no need to fear them. I can't wait any longer. The last time we made a move was 1 year ago, right? That was really satisfying. 8th brother, you bastard. You want to destroy a clan every time, not even letting off the children. Ha ha ha. However, don't fight with me this time. Leave the matter of destroying the clan to me. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we, the demonic Cloud 18 great bandits, work together, we will be able to sweep through the place. There is nothing we cannot do. In the pitch-black space, more and more lights appeared, and the sounds of discussion became more and more heated. Just at this moment, Lord Zhou's eyebrows twitched slightly. His heart skipped a beat for some reason. For those who practice divination, the appearance of this inexplicable sign was an extremely terrifying matter. Lord Zhou's expression changed drastically as he frantically divined. The clump of light that represented Lord Zhou became incredibly resplendent, blazing, and dazzling. Lord Zhou, what's wrong? What's going on? Such a strange change made the other great bandits feel that something was wrong. Big brother, quickly leave. Quickly activate the demonic cloud mountain to leave. The person who comes has a soul tool. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. The light shattered, and Lord Zhou vomited a mouthful of blood. After he spoke of the results of his divination, he fainted. Ah! The others went into a huge commotion, feeling shocked. Far away, a brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he drew his bow. Xiao Chen had already infused all his soul energy into the bow. However, this was still not enough. He continued to pour in his veritable essence energy. A clump of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread into the arrow, merging with it. Xiao Chen's body wobbled slightly, on the verge of fainting at any moment. However, he still did his best to persevere. He maintained his strong willpower and continued to infuse his veritable essence energy into the god's shadow bow, continuously challenging his limits. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen felt that he had reached his limits, he let go, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was so fast that Xiao Chen could not catch it. The demonic cloud mountain, which had just soared into the air, exploded the instant Xiao Chen let go. Miserable shrieks rang out as 18 figures were blasted into the air. The god Shadow Bow's arrow blasted the entire demonic cloud mountain into countless shards that surged out and formed tens of thousands of storms. When the storm spread out, it shattered the surrounding peaks. Xiao Chen jumped off the demon blood vulture's back somewhat weakly. However, a cold and emotionless murderous intent appeared on his pale face. He said coldly, "None of you are allowed to escape. Leave no one alive. If anyone escapes, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, master." The impatient demon blood vulture screeched and turned into a scarlet arrow as it shot out. Chapter 1898. One arrow exploded the demonic cloud mountain range. The 18 great bandits were all inside. Naturally, none of them could escape, they would all be affected. The inherited Dao tool exploded. The damage to the 18 great bandits could be easily imagined. It was already rare that they did not die on the spot when the Dao tool exploded. Sending the demon blood vulture to clean up the mess was the best option. On the summit, Xiao Chen took out a primeval heavenly pill and swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the misty cloud mountain range. Xiao Chen ignored them, meditating and recuperating. That earlier arrow drained all his soul energy and veritable essence energy. He even overdrew on a portion of his life force. Otherwise, the god Shadow Bao would not have been able to unleash such vast might. Normally, only rank 5 sects and above had soul tools that could be used as the sect's cornerstone weapon. Even a sovereign personage could not bring out the full might of a soul tool. Although Xiao Chen had vast veritable essence energy as a star venerate, his soul energy was still lacking. Every time he used a soul tool, he would suffer a significant backlash. Xiao Chen absolutely could not use it unless he had no other choice. He also had to do his best to keep his possession of a soul tool a secret. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered some color. A red light flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. The demon blood vulture had returned smugly, circling in the air. Xiao Chen grabbed the tyrant saber beside him and soared into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture's back. Clouds shrouded the misty cloud mountain range. The white-clad Xiao Chen rode the demon blood